Don't miss SEN Track Deck Saturday, September 20 at the SEN Caulfield Underwood Stakes. $75 gets you entry, exclusive access to the SEN Track Deck precinct, plus a food voucher and 2 drinks to keep you fueled between races. Join fellow punters, enjoy delicious bites and grab a cold one as the Saturday trackside team broadcasts live from the deck. It's the ultimate racing experience for punters who live for the roar of the... I'll do it one more, sorry. Don't miss SEN Track Deck Saturday, September 20 at the SEN Caulfield Underwood Stakes. $75 gets you entry, exclusive access to the SEN Track Deck. One more time. Here we go. Don't miss the SEN Track Deck Saturday, September 20 at the SEN Caulfield Underwood Stakes. $75 gets you entry, exclusive access to the SEN Track Deck precinct, plus a food voucher and 2 drinks to keep you fueled. Here we go. Don't miss SEN Track. Here we go. Yeah, Bill Laurie. Don't miss SEN Track Deck Saturday, September 20 at the SEN Caulfield Underwood Stakes. $75 gets you entry, exclusive access to the SEN Track Deck precinct, plus a food voucher and 2 drinks to keep you fueled between races. Join fellow punters, enjoy delicious bites and grab a cold one as the Saturday trackside team broadcasts live from the deck. It's the ultimate racing experience for punters who live for the roar of the crowd. Feel the rush at the SEN Track Deck. Tickets just $75 at Ticketek.
Powered by Signet, good morning. I'm Nath Gardner with SEN News. Israel has blatantly violated international law, launching missiles into the heart of Doha, the capital of Qatar, in an effort to take out Hamas leadership. It's believed 5 lower-level Hamas members were killed. UK security expert Will Giddy is telling Nine Qatar is now suspending its role as mediator in the Gaza conflict.
But there has been a stalemate on these existing hostages, the remaining hostages that are being held by Hamas. And I think, they're at a deadlock right now until such time as Hamas release them. But to strike into a sovereign country like Qatar is an audacious move.
Police body cam footage of the moment Des Freeman gunned down 2 police officers in the Victorian High Country have been revealed. Vision of the 27-minute siege obtained by the Daily Mail show Freeman, along with his wife and son, barricaded in their bus and arguing with police. 56-year-old Freeman remains at large. There was an earthquake in South Australia's southeast overnight. A magnitude 2.7 quake registered near Padthaway just after 10:30 last night. There is concern next year's World Cup in North America could be played in extreme heat. 10 of the 16 North American venues are at very high risk of experiencing extreme heat stress, according to a new report called Pitches in Peril. And staying on the World Game, it's been confirmed Ange Postecoglou will manage Nottingham Forest, starting this weekend against Arsenal. Up next, SEN Sport. Collingwood assistant coach Hayden Skipworth has withdrawn from the Melbourne coaching race. And in NBA, Aussie Josh Giddy has re-signed with the Chicago Bulls on a 4-year, $100 million deal.
Yes, good morning. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall on this Wednesday, the 10th of September. It's great to have your company wherever you may be listening on your local SEN track dial or RSN dial or the SEN app or the new RSN app. Big show coming your way on a Wednesday. You're watching us live, of course, on the SEN app, our YouTube channel or our Facebook page. Big show coming your way. Kira Ma, the champion trainer, will join us from the top. We'll have a chat to Robert Hickmott as well. Revelare, superstar stayer, trying to earn his way into the Melbourne Cup in Saturday's Archer at Flemington. Looking forward to catching up with Bailey Nordurf from Golan Racing. Of course, he's the man that is the secret behind the success, really, of Antino. He looks after the horses in Victoria, of course, he's the travelling foreman for Tony Golan, so looking forward to catching up with Bailey. Will Bourne will join me just after 9 with Mickey Gannon for Love It or Leave It. We've got trial time with Dean Watling and Matty Morton, Hong Kong Corner with David Hayes and Tommy Wood, and then Tassie time with Matty Reid, and then it's a big final hour as we try and find you a few winners with bag of tips as we go right across the country talking to some of the major players and our experts, all on a bid to try and back a winner. 6 minutes past 8. Kieran Maher's about to join us to kick off proceedings. If you've got a question for Kieran, let us know. 0499 736 736. That's 0499 736 736. Interesting, we had the nominations for the Caulfield Cup. Once again, I think the weights will be released there on Tuesday. And just talking to a few people in the last 24 hours, it looks like at the moment, and this is just an educated guess because the handicap has got to look at the time form ratings as well, which can change, and I'm only going off the local ratings, but Arapaho would be the top weighted horse at 59 from Buckaroo and Vauban. Around there, they're rated around 114. So Delius isn't going there. He's 108, so it'd be interesting to see what he would be weighted. But the weights will be released next Tuesday, and the weights have been changed. The minimum top weight when the weights are released at 59, and the minimum top weight when acceptances are announced is 57. So that means if all of the top weights decide to not accept, and we've got a 55 top weight there like last year, they won't have a 55 top weight in a Caulfield Cup or a Melbourne Cup. So the minimum top weight, everyone would go up a couple of kilos to 57. So it'll be interesting to see how that all plays out, especially as we head towards the Caulfield Cup, because our riffer, the Joseph O'Brien trained galloper, now with Australian Bloodstock, he would have been the top weight, but he did not accept there yesterday. 0499 736 736 to join our conversation. As I said, there is plenty happening today. Looking forward to catching up with Will Bourne. He'll join us just after 9 o'clock. Will just got back from America last night. He was at the Keeneland sales, so it'll be interesting to see and get his insights on what's happening over in America. They've had a resurgence in a way in the States regarding their sales. They say it's from some of the resurgence is because of that Netflix documentary or series there on horse racing, especially. I think it was designed to get new people involved, and they basically talked to a few of the major players heading towards the Kentucky Derby. So it'd be great to catch up with Will Bourne to get his thoughts on all of that as well, because I find that fascinating. I wonder if we could do something similar here in Australia. 9 minutes past 8. I might take a quick break. On the other side of it, we'll catch up with Kieran Mara. Kieran's ready to go. We'll take a quick break and then we'll catch up with Kieran straight after this. This is Giddy Up. It's great to have your company. I'll get a break out of the way so it gives us a little bit more time with Kieran Marr.
Caulfield comes alive with Group 1 racing at the SEN Caulfield Underwood Stakes. Tickets just $20 at Ticketek.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Gareth Hall with you. I do apologise, and we've had some technical difficulties today, so I really do apologise for the delay to the start of Giddy Up. We're trying to fix it. I think we've fixed it, but it was out of our control a little bit this morning. But I am sorry. Anyway, Robbie Hickmont's with us now. He's ready to go. Revelare. Could be one of the stories of the Spring Carnival. He was superb at his last start there at Caulfield. This is his big test on Saturday. He goes around in an Archer, but if he wins that, he's into the Melbourne Cup this summer, so you think, in those famous Jeffrey Evans colours. And he's with us now. G'day, Rob.
Good morning, Gareth. How are you today, buddy?
Good, thanks, mate. How is your star?
Yeah, good. He's very well. He had a nice go up there on Tuesday morning. Pulled up very bright and alert this morning within his work. So probably just have to do a little bit with him tomorrow to keep his feet on the ground. But he's bright and well. We'll just get a blood profile off him tomorrow morning as well and tick off on that, and he'll be ready to rumble.
So I remember having a chat to you before that Caulfield run, and you thought, well, he might just be one run away. Did he surprise you with how well he went there at Caulfield that day?
Yeah, probably. He's very sort of a athletic horse who's, he's got a good second up record, obviously, but he took probably more improvement into that than expected.
Yeah.
And we're probably a bit the same this week. He's got to step up to the 25 at Flemington. But with the natural progression of that 2,000 under his belt, hopefully he can show that same improvement that he did at Caulfield and get the job done again.
So he's a 97 rated now. I guess it's all important for you as a trainer to get him into a Melbourne Cup, and this is the best way possible to do it. You don't have to worry about what the handicapper's doing if you win a race like this.
Yeah, exactly. Gee, it's a great initiative by the Racing Victoria to put these races on more for our locals to gain starts in these races, and it's going to be the easiest option of the two. The Cummings probably be markedly harder, but we'll probably still go through that path going after this run anyway, win, lose or draw. So then you've got the opportunity to race at Flemington on the big flat track, and that 2,500 will be just another good stepping stone leading into the Cup if he happens to be winning.
So that's a perfect win on Saturday, then go through the Bart Cummings, the spot already qualifying, and then you'd be on towards the Melbourne Cup after that?
Yeah, look, you'd have to really assess where he goes after that. You've probably you've got to try and beat the handicapper, and where the next start after that's probably it'll be not sticky, but we'll just have to sum up our options going forward and choose the right path. Hopefully, the weights will come out on Tuesday or Wednesday, so we'll have a good look at it and be able to assess him thereafter.
Would you consider a Caulfield Cup if you do win there on Saturday?
Look, it's a great form race, isn't it?
Yeah.
But I'm not saying you could ever win a Caulfield Cup, but if you did happen to, you're going to get a 2 kilo penalty, and it's you don't get many opportunities to beat the handicapper, so you'd have to really have a close look at that and see how the race looked, and obviously it can be run pretty tight there at Caulfield, and great race, but as I said, a great form lead into the Melbourne Cup, that and the Cox Plate, so it'd have to come under heavy consideration.
It's been an interesting one over the last 24 hours with the nominations coming out for the Cups again, and I think that the weights will be announced on Tuesday at 11 o'clock next week, but especially from a Caulfield Cup perspective, everyone's trying to work out who would be top weight as we speak, with like a horse like Al Rifford not accepting, and it will be interesting to see how, say, the Caulfield Cup plays out regarding who wants to go there and who wants to carry top weight.
Exactly. Yeah, it's sort of always a conundrum.
Yes.
At that stage of the year, but, it's a good big prize money race, and handicaps are all sort of, it's not like the old days where you the horses on 48s and 47s. They're pretty close at the weights nowadays, so it's not as, it still is, but it's not as demanding as it used to be. only time will tell how that plays out.
You've won a couple of Melbourne Cups, but with Lloyd Williams and the success that you had there, but does this feel a little bit different this time around?
Yeah, I suppose when you're on your own, and obviously I'm drawing off all my experiences from Lloyd and what processes we had in place and how we went through race planning. And it's a great feel, and got some good owners, as you said. Jeff Evans, he's coming over this weekend. So
look out! Are you backing him or not?
Yeah, look, I think it's as I said, it's going to be the easiest option of that and the Cummings. So if you could get the job done, it's going to make it a hell of a lot easier. But look, it's a winnable race. Obviously, there could be a few that are maybe a touch fitter with the racing under their belt, but he's showing that real good staying progression, and I think there's going to have to be probably a good one in there to beat him.
What's the best advice Lloyd gave you regarding getting a horse ready for a Melbourne Cup that sticks with you, Robert?
Yeah, look, I suppose beating the handicap is one of the best. You might only get 1 year at it, so it's you're not beating him; it's just on pure ratings and how your horse progresses. But if we could be able to do that, it would be terrific. And Al Mandan, Lloyd's plan with him was he did come off a tendon rehab, and to race him, through that winter period, and then to have the month off after the Cummings was, just a stroke of genius. And probably out of all the horses we had going into a Melbourne Cup, he was probably the one that we were most confident of. But this horse he's still got to measure up to that group company now, which is said this is his biggest test to date on Saturday, and hopefully come through with flying colours, and we can be looking forward to the Cummings. And it's going to be an exciting month post Turnbull Day, where you really have to have your horses firing and have a real shot at the spring.
It's like a football team or a football player heading towards the finals and the big matches now, is that there's going to be some unlucky athletes that miss out because it just doesn't go their way. And you got to feel for Iron Hurdle, but unfortunately, as you just pointed out, when you're trying to beat the handicapper, that means you'll be getting into a race hopefully at the bottom of the weights. And unfortunately, Ryan can't ride that light, so it gives an opportunity to Declan Bates.
Yeah, exactly, G. It's Ryan's a realist. He knew that he wouldn't be able to stick with it throughout the preparation, but he tried to. He was only forced through illness there that he couldn't ride him the other day, and once Decky got on him, and we know he can ride light, so it's to have that continuity with the horse is more important going forward, for him to continue an association with him now, and get a real feel for him, especially at Flemington. And he did ride him perfectly the other day, and hopefully we can get another great ride out of him on Saturday.
And the other big tick, I thought, was that I know that he was okay first up and he needed the run, but that was on a soft 6. It was a soft 5 there at Caulfield last time around, but there was definitely given the ground, and he handled it beautifully, your horse.
Yeah, as I said, G, that was the first time he's ever seen it.
Yeah.
I believe that we train at Ballarat, but I always err on the side of caution. If it's too wet, the track, I don't gallop them on him. He's done a lot of work on the poly track, which was the case on Tuesday. There was a soft 7 out there, and I didn't take any risk with him. I just worked him on the poly. Kept his normal routine up, so he still had a good hit out, and as I said, came through it with flying colours. So he's a pretty adaptable horse, and as I said, having the first go at it, he was more adept to it at Caulfield when he did win. So, not to say I think he is a better horse on top of the ground, but at least we know he can get through that 5 or 6. Wouldn't pull him up, but the forecast looks terrific for maybe 4 or 5 mils over the next few days, but that won't affect Flemington, and it should be a good surface there on Saturday. How
good's your Colt Bile, Kirk? I know he won only on the Ballarat synthetic track there the other day, but it was impressive. And I see that you've entered him into the expert plate, but he's also been accepted for Thursday's meeting at Seymour with Harry riding. What do you do with this Colt, and how good is he?
Yeah, look, time will tell, G. He's a beautiful specimen of a horse. Cracking type, but synthetic maiden. Although he was good and good late, I think he ran home 7 lengths quicker than any other horse in the race. But so you probably should against that grade. And it can be a little bit shifty, that surface up at Seymour. He's a big striding animal. Just hoping that he can handle it. That's a soft 6 at the moment. The rain forecast has dissipated up there, so hopefully with a bit of luck it might get to a 5. And it's Julius Andrews' horse goes good in the race, so it's no push over 62, but in the rail out 8 metres. So more importantly for any punters out there, you just want to have a look at those first 7 races to see if they can make ground down the outside. He probably will get back a touch just to find his feet and his rhythm, and hopefully be able to finish off if the track's playing that way.
We wish you the best of luck, mate, on Saturday. It's I think he's going to be the story heading towards the big race, the Melbourne Cup. We need horses like Revelare to do what he's doing at the moment, and it gives a lot of the Australian racing fan and owner a little bit of hope that you can mix it with a few of the internationals for the race that everybody wants to win, the Melbourne Cup, and you've been lucky enough to win it on a couple of occasions. But he's lightly raced, he's showing plenty, and let's hope you can get the job done in the Archer, mate, on Saturday.
Much appreciated, Gareth. Thanks, buddy.
Good on you, Robbie Hickmott, joining us there, and those fields will come out a little later on today, but as Robbie pointed out, I think the VRC have got it right, working alongside Racing Victoria. Like the Bart Cummings and the Archer, they're a lot closer to the Melbourne Cup, so it gives connections an opportunity that to get into the Melbourne Cup, this is the way to get in, and then they can sneak into this race at the bottom of the weights. And then there's other options too now. So you go to Moonee Valley on Cox Plate Day in the Moonee Valley. I think it's on the Friday night, the Moonee Valley Gold Cup. Now, and you win that, you're into a Melbourne Cup, and also the Geelong Cup. So there's opportunities aplenty for connections to get into our great race via winning your in races, which I think is terrific for the race that does stop the nation. Let's take the news, and Kira Ma hopefully will join us next.
By Signet, making SEN News headlines. Police body cam footage of the moment Des Freeman gunned down 2 police officers have been revealed. In the Middle East, there are new fears of rising tensions after Israel launched a missile attack on the Qatari capital Doha in an effort to take out Hamas leaders. On World Suicide Prevention Day today, it's been revealed 13% of Australians are experiencing suicidal thoughts or behaviours, according to Beyond Blue. And Apple's iPhone 17 has just been revealed, and it's been described as impossibly thin. Up next, sen.com.au sport. Collingwood assistant coach Hayden Skipworth has withdrawn from the Melbourne coaching race, narrowing the field down to 5 candidates. And in Melbourne Footy Club news, Max Gawn has won the club's best and fairest, taking out his 3rd Bluey Truscott medal. And in NBA, Aussie Josh Giddy has re-signed with the Chicago Bulls on a 4-year, $100 million deal.
Experience the SEN Track Deck Saturday, September 20 at the SEN Caulfield Underwood Stakes. Tickets $75 at Ticketek.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. All thanks to Bet365 on this Wednesday morning. There is plenty happening, and it's time to catch up with the champion trainer who's been good enough to spend a little bit of time with us this morning and with his busy schedule. Kieran Marr, good morning to you, Kieran. Thanks for your time, mate.
Morning, Gareth. How are you?
Good, thank you, mate. It's an exciting time of the year. Obviously, we've got plenty happening. Group 1 racing in full swing, and great racing in Sydney and Melbourne this week. I want to ask you first of all about Jimmy Starr. How's he pulled up after a good return in the Concord Stakes? Were you happy with that return?
I was happy with his return. He hit the line very well, and he hadn't run over 1,000 before, so...
We might have just lost Kieran there. We'll see if we can get him back. It's been an interesting morning anyway.
Sorry.
There you go, Kieran. Well, welcome back.
So he returned very well. He hadn't raced over 1,000. He hit the line great the last 50, and he's on track.
How much is it an advantage to know that you're in the Everest compared to, say, a Headwell or Matty Smith who sort of has to really be ready to rumble to try and prove that he's ready to go on an Everest?
Yeah, well, I think he improved it pretty well on Saturday.
Yeah.
They've all had a great turn of foot, and he's done a super job with him. So hopefully he'll get picked up for him. But it's certainly comforting to know that you're in there, and you know you've got one goal, and his next run, you know, he won't be too far away, and then you freshen up into it.
What did you make of Kaying Rising there on Sunday?
Outstanding.
Yeah.
He looks clearly the one to beat, and the market reflects that. But he couldn't have been more impressive.
It is a horse race, but you just probably from an opposition point of view, if he turns up and runs those times, he's impossible to beat. But you've been there, done that, travelling horses before. How big of a challenge is it for him to come to Sydney State, Canterbury, under the quarantine conditions there, and then head to Randwick for the Everest? Yeah,
well, it's obviously different environments, and you got to travel well, but the main thing is to have them, you know, forward and fit, so you don't have to play catch up, you know, when you are travelling, because a lot of times you'd rather be backing off than playing catch up. And it looks like Hazy's got him very forward and right where he wants him. So, providing he settles in, I'd say he's going to be very hard to beat. He's got to get out of his, you know, usual environment and do the travel. So, and the travel wouldn't be completely foreign to him either, because obviously he's gone over there from down here as well. Yeah.
Tempted, I think everybody's looking forward to seeing Tempted back at the races. Does she go around in the run to the Rose there on Saturday at Rose Hill?
She does.
Yeah.
We'll have a look. She seems in good order. She trialled super, and she worked well this week.
Godolphin haven't announced their horse for the Everest. If she does perform well, is she a chance to represent the Blue Army in the Everest?
Look, 3-year-old fillies, it's, you know, she'd have to be sort of impressing the team immensely. She's obviously a high-quality filly. She's certainly, you know, has come together. She's come up well, and hopefully I can keep that run to the Rose record going for the Blue Army.
And so she'll go to the Golden Rose, and then you think about what you do with her after that?
I'll have a chat with the team. We'll assess Saturday, run Saturday, see how she is, see how she comes through it, and make a plan on the back of that. She does have options in Melbourne and also Sydney, so she's all them options that you've mentioned are available to her.
How good State Visit?
State Visit's come back well.
Yeah.
He had a good trial the other day. Probably not his preferred surface, but he had a good squeeze, and he goes back to the races, the Run to the Rose, and Golden Rose is certainly on his radar.
Is he a Caulfield Guineas horse?
I'd say he's more a Rose horse.
Yeah.
He seems sharper.
Yeah. Looking forward to seeing another Will back at the races. I love the social media access or the video that you produced there. I think it was yesterday, and he worked at Cranbourne, I think, on the course proper with Jimmy Ricard. He had you scratching your head after the Memsey. Have you worked him out yet?
Well, he was a little bit soft. I expected him to be not as far away and not finish where he did, but he certainly comes. As we said yesterday, he seems to have improved, and he's going to go to the Rupert Clark.
Yeah, so he'll carry top weight there in the Sir Rupert Clark on Saturday week. She's an artist. She set Flemington alight during the winter, and we haven't seen her for a little while. Does she go around at Flemington on Saturday?
She's an artist. She's she trialled very well. She galloped sharply, and we're looking forward to getting her back to the races on Saturday.
Yeah. What about Will he do it? Were you happy with his effort there on Saturday in Sydney?
Wrapped with him, actually.
Yeah,
wrapped with him. He's, the Epsom looks like a nice race for him. Should get him at the nice weight, and the mile at Randwick should be ideal.
Beautiful. So that's Willie Do It. It looks like that Epsom's going to be a beauty if they all go there anyway. So looking forward to that. Geez, you must have loved the performance of Sardozi there on Saturday. How much improvement in her going forward?
Yeah, she's a high quality mare, and her last furlong was, I think it was it was the second best for the meeting and the best for the race. So I think she was. Yeah, she's come back in great order. Most likely goes to the Everest. Not the Everest, the Underwood.
Yeah. So that Underwood's going to be a great race. If Sir Delius goes there and Buckaroo, I think Maury will be there as well. Is the Caulfield Cup her best chance of big Group 1 glory this preparation, Kieran?
Well, yeah, she's returned really well, and hopefully, the 1800 next run. She had to go back just from where she drew around the valley, and when you get back there, it's hard to get into the race. And I think the 1800 next start, she shouldn't be too far away, hopefully.
Yeah. A few other horses before we let you go. Middle Earth, how's he trained on since that good effort there the other day at Caulfield, and when do we see him next?
Middle Earth goes to the Underwood.
Yeah.
As does Smoke and Romans, goes to the Underwood. And Gilded Water, there's a 2,000 metre race on the same day. And Street might go this weekend for the Open 1700.
Okay, how do you get Gilded Water into one of the big races? Is it through the Bart Cummings?
Yeah, like there's a few ways to get him in. He probably, the Caulfield Cup might come a bit quick, but hopefully we can stake him into the Melbourne Cup. Yeah.
So is Middle Earth still your best chance for a Melbourne Cup right now?
Akita Sushi, he was very good last year. He's had one run back. He'll run the 2 mile. It's a specialist trip, and he'd have to be a chance again.
Have we got an update on Augustus? How's he travelling before he heads to Australia?
Yeah, Augustus, he's over there with Harry, and he's obviously well credentialed.
Yeah.
Looking forward to getting him in the yard.
All right, then. So he's a chance to be in the Melbourne Cup as well. And Pride of Jenny, last one before we let you go. How's she, mate? And when do we get to see her, if we do get to see her this spring?
Pride of Jenny, she's down to have another jump out again on Monday morning. So I'll assess her again, and she was a little bit away the other day. She got a little bit of fitness to make up, but she's on the right path.
Does she still feel like that she wants to be there, Kieran?
Yeah, she does. She did have a healthy blow though the other day, so a little bit older, take a little bit longer to come to hand, but all the other, her action and demeanour seemed fine.
And Barari and here the crowd. Any chances today? Both in the market. Barari was impressive on debut. Goes around that 1,000-metre race, the third at Sandown today.
Yeah. The crowd I feel has been knocking on the door. Barari, it's tough to go back to back, but maybe here the crowd if we can get across is probably the better of the two.
And at Seymour tomorrow, Intervene for Mark Sarr and Star Trip for Mark Sarr, and a few text messages coming through. The Real Mahjong. How are those gallopers going? Especially the Real Mahjong for some reason. A lot of people want to know.
It's named after the Mahjong restaurant there in Fitzroy Road.
Best feed ever.
Best feed ever. Best Chinese.
Yep.
He's had a good grounding. He's had 3 jump outs. And is forward enough to have a positive showing first time out.
Yep.
Star Trip trialled pretty well also. And Intervened, he'll be better for the run, I think.
Beautiful. Is Sarah going to Seymour for Star Trip?
Intervened, I reckon.
All right, then. That's all we needed to know. Hey, Kieran, thanks very much for your time, mate. It's I know you're busy, but it's great to get some insights into a few of your stars and bring on the Spring Carnival. It's in full swing. Footy finals in the air. It doesn't get any better, really.
No, that's right. Thank you very much and look forward to chatting.
Good, thanks, mate. There's Kira Ma there, 8:41. We'll take a break and we'll come back with who's next here on Giddy Up. We had a chat to Robbie Hickmont. And just before 9 o'clock, looking forward to catching up with Bailey Nordorf, of course, the man that looks after Intino for Tony Golan. He'll be our special guest next.
Caulfield comes alive with Group 1 racing at the SEN Caulfield Underwood Stakes. Tickets just $20 at Ticketek.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Great to have your company wherever you may be listening on your local RSN or SEN track dial, or the apps, the RSN and SEN apps, or you're watching us on the live stream on the SEN app, our Facebook page or our YouTube channel. Bailey Nodurf is a star. He's a former superstar jockey at Toowoomba, now a travelling foreman to Tony Golan. He's the heart and soul behind that stable, they tell me. And he joins us now here on Giddy Up. Good morning to you, Bailey.
Morning, Gareth. How are you?
Good, thank you, mate. You enjoying Victoria?
Yeah, it's good. I like travelling with the horses. Weather's a bit cold, colder than Brisbane, but enjoying it, yeah.
You know Antino better than anyone. How's he trained on since that pretty good effort there, I thought, anyway, first up in a Memsie Stakes?
Yeah, he's trained on really well. He had good improvement in him going into the Memsie. He's found that improvement with more improvement to come after Saturday. So still a couple of races off his grand final where we want him to be peaking, but he's fit enough to run very well again. You
know him better than anyone. You spent a lot of time with him. What's been the difference in the last 12 to 18 months with him to see him take that next step? Or especially, I guess, from, say, last spring to this spring?
He has matured a lot, Gareth. Travelling away and stuff, he settles into new environments a lot quicker now than he used to. So that's probably the main thing. He's always going to be that quirky style of horse, so you're never going to change that out of him. But that's probably the main thing I've seen in him, just how he can adapt to new environments.
We saw Blake take off at the 1,000 there in the Memsie. What's the best way to ride him? Is it like Blake's been riding him in a race like, say, what we saw there in the Doomben Cup and that famous ride in the Toorak last year?
I don't think he necessarily has to do that to win the take-off sort of situation. I think just being outside horses and building into a race is his best attribute. I think that's the way obviously he likes to race. So look, as long as he's outside horses with clear room, that's when you'll see him at his best, sure.
Could you even, like, if there's a race like the Mackay Diva on Saturday and it looks like it's deprived of pace, could he go forward and make his own luck and then making a strong gallop from the 1,000 on pace?
For sure. If there is no tempo, for sure, because he won't be doing that sort of work. Work around them because they won't be going that solid of a tempo. So if that did present, well, sure. Obviously, I'll leave it up to Blake and Tony, but he would be able to do that and take it up and maintain that strong gallop. But whether or not they want to do that, it's not his grand final Saturday, but that's totally up to them. But but like he is capable of doing that.
Because sometimes, I don't know, sometimes is it better to be on pace and do that than say off pace and then trying to run home? And it seems like you do more work anyway off a slow tempo when you're out the back making that long sustained run.
Yeah. Correct, and he probably hasn't given himself the opportunity to be forward. He hasn't been beginning well, at least last prep anyway. He didn't begin too bad in the Memsie. It's probably the best he's jumped for a long time, but there was just a lot of pressure early in that race, and he settled back. But look, if he can begin like he did in the Memsie, off a slow tempo, there's no reason why he couldn't be closer in the run.
Did you prefer that run first up with him when Pinstripe took off and it was a fast run race, a faster run race than everybody expected, or did it take him a little time to get over that effort there?
No, he was quite fresh and well going into the Memsie, so he did need a good hit out. So look, he bounced out of it really good. It didn't take much effect out of him at all.
Who's that horse behind you, by the way? If you're watching us on the stream, that's Antino, Yeah.
Where is he? I'll see if he'll come around.
What's he like?
But that's him.
What's he like, mate?
What's he like?
Like the character.
He likes licorice. He likes licorice. No, he's very quirky.
Yeah.
But mate. Yeah, he likes licorice. He's very quirky. He has his quirks. He likes to shy, spook, things like that. But once you're out on the track, he's the best ride you'll ever get. So, he is a bit of a weirdo for sure.
Yeah, so what kind of weird stuff that he does if he was a human? Like, would you take him out on the town or what would you do with him?
No, you definitely wouldn't take him out on the town, that's for sure. He is very weird.
Yeah.
But, that's his makeup, and I guess that's why we love him.
Can he win on Saturday?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
I think so. He galloped very well on Tuesday. Probably the best he's worked for a while. He was very sharp and pulled up very good. So he's on the right trajectory anyway. And like I said earlier, that Saturday's not his final.
Yep.
But he's well enough to run very well.
That is bloody exciting. I've got about a minute left, mate. Golden Boom, if he drew a barrier, he goes close to winning a Moyes Stakes.
He was great.
Yeah.
Obviously, there was a few unlucky runners in the race, but he was definitely one of them. Like, he was deep, got bumped twice on the corner, lost momentum, and only got beat a length. So we couldn't have been any prouder of him. He went super.
Any winners today?
Oh, some style short, but surely she's due at Ipswich. I think she's $1.65. It's run 4 seconds its last 4 starts, I think. But, it should be definitely getting cash today.
That'll do us. They tell me they're missing you at Tony Golan's base there at Brisbane at Eagle Farm, mate. But great access to a Tino. Love what you're doing for the game, mate. We wish you the best of luck this Saturday and going forward. And we'll have to catch up for a beer soon. But thanks for your time, Bailey.
Thanks, mate. Appreciate it.
What a star. Bailey Nodiff joining us there. Of course, the travelling foreman for Tony Golan. Will Bourne will join me after 9.
Experience the SEN Track Deck Saturday, September 20 at the SEN Caulfield Underwood Stakes. Tickets $75 at Ticketek.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
You had to be watching us there on the stream or our Facebook page, but it was great to see Antino and Bailey there. Like, Antino was just resting on his shoulder. It was great vision. We'll put that up on our social media platforms. Like, this, the connection between two best mates, basically. It was great to see. Listening on the radio, you wouldn't be able to see that, of course, but we had it streaming live on our SEN app. And also on our Facebook page and our YouTube channel. It's quickly approaching 9 o'clock. Will Bourne will be my special guest in the studio, and then Mickey Gannon will join Will for Love It or Leave It. But Will's just been to America, and I'm looking forward to having an interesting chat about world racing at the moment with Will, because he's been everywhere of late as well. So don't go anywhere. Still plenty more to come on Giddy Up.
Powered by Signet. Good morning. I'm Nath Gardner with SEN News. Shocking footage has emerged from the deadly siege over 2 weeks ago in the Victorian High Country. It shows Des Freeman barricaded inside a bus with his wife and young children, refusing police entry. Tensions escalated as Freeman hurled accusations and his wife pleaded for calm. When officers forced their way in, Freeman opened fire, killing 2 and injuring 1 before fleeing into nearby bushland. He remains on the run. Israel's missile attack on Hamas headquarters in the Qatari capital Doha has been met with widespread condemnation. 6 people were killed, with most believed to be low-level Hamas group members. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says it was in retaliation for the deadly shooting by Hamas in Jerusalem on Monday, which killed 6 people.
Convened the heads of Israel's security organizations and authorized a surgical precision strike on the terrorist chiefs of Hamas. These are the same terrorists who planned, launched, and celebrated the horrific massacres of October 7th.
Back home, a chlamydia vaccine for koalas has been approved for nationwide rollout. It's offering new hope in the fight against the potentially fatal sexually transmitted disease. Apple is lifting the lid on a new range of tech products and gear, featuring an ultra-thin iPhone, and the Apple Watch has been upgraded with improved health features. And tickets for next year's Australian Grand Prix in Melbourne go on sale today. That'll be held on the weekend of March the 5th. Coming up, SEN Sport. Ange Postecoglou is back in the EPL, appointed the new manager of Nottingham Forest. Previous manager Nuno Espirito Santo was sacked 3 games into the season over a breakdown in relations with the club owner. Ange's first task with Forest, taking on Arsenal on Saturday. And Aussie basketballer Josh Giddy has inked a 4-year, $100 million deal with the Chicago Bulls.
live on RSN and SEN Track. This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Gareth Hall with you each and every Wednesday. We've got Love It or Leave It. Mickey Gannon will join me a little later on. He'll be joining Will Bourne, who joins me for the first half an hour here in the studio at Coventry Street in South Bank to discuss all things racing. He's the bloodstock man for Kira Ma, and he's with us now. G'day, Will.
Gareth, thanks for having me.
How's things, mate? Just talking to the microphone. Yeah, a little closer. That'd be much appreciated for everybody out there so they can listen to you. What about your journey of late? You just got back from America last night.
Yesterday it was a good trip. You always learn something going and visiting these places, spending time with trainers there, seeing the yearlings, seeing the farms, and I'm very lucky and very fortunate to be able to go over there. But you always take something away from it, and the quality of their horses are just exceptional. Yeah, so
has America I'm not really into American racing, but I enjoy watching some of the characters and the main people there on social media. And Saratoga, looking at their sale, it just jumped out of the ground and exceeded all expectations. And some were saying it was because of the Netflix series that was on in the last few months there, which was documenting a lot of the different characters in American racing heading towards a Kentucky Derby. So what was it like at Keeneland recently then from a market perspective at those sales?
Yeah, Keeneland just reflecting the last day, it was strong, but I don't think anything was like that Saratoga sale. That was exceptional. And I think that is the market in America and Europe at the moment. Like, it is very buoyant. It's very liquid, like even with that tried horse market, that we sort of play in, you feel it. There's just buyers everywhere from around the world. It's very transient. And then at Saratoga, that was just mind-boggling, the money that was spent even before you do the conversion, like before you even bring it back to Aussie dollars. It was just a lot of money for a lot of yearlings. And you look at the buyer sheet, you look at Magic Millions, the top buyers, there might be 4 leading buyers in the top. The top 20 lots of the horses, nearly every, a different buyer for nearly every single horse. And some people, just rock up, come up from upstate New York and just buy one horse for $2 million US. And you just don't have that here in Australia.
No, like I love Dave Portnoy from Barstool Sports, and he loves his racing. He's mad. And he's been buying a few horses as well, and they're just paying ridiculous amount of money. So is it the wealthy owners there in the States and new people getting involved, or is it the Middle East money that have been playing into the American market because of the dirt racing?
I think it's everywhere.
Yeah.
I felt, not that Australia's getting left behind, but I felt sort of 5 years ago, Europe and America was a little bit stagnant. Our prize money went
through the roof. And then our yearlings sort of caught up compared to what was happening to Europe. But right now, we are getting not left behind because we've still got a great product and great horses, but the prices, you look at the conversion, like our dollar's gone down, and maybe our top wealth of our economy hasn't sort of matched Europe and America, and they've just gone through the roof. And you look at their yearling prices, I mean, we're going to be nowhere near that, I'd say, in January and Easter. And not that that's a bad thing, that's just where the market is, and there's still plenty of money to be made from the breeders, and there's still a lot of opportunity to buy. We're not getting left behind as a product, but just you look at the prices international, and it's mind-boggling. So Gay Waterhouse made this comment to me yesterday, and she goes, well, it's a lot different overseas in the States and Europe, where it's not the owners that are taking on the risk when they purchase a horse at a yearling sale. It's more of the agent that has to take on the risk, and they get only 14 days, I think, to pay for these horses. I know in some parts of the world it's like a couple of weeks, where it's a bit different here. Do you think our model's right, or do you think they've got the model right over there? I don't think there's a right or wrong, but I mean, I purchased a filly in Keeneland, 2 years ago? Yeah. I think they made me pay before I walked out. I had to quickly ring Kieran and the accountant, and I had 4 people standing around me. I think 95% of the money of Keeneland's paid 3 days after the sale, something ridiculous like that. I was speaking to a few of the team there at Keeneland. And so that amount of wealth to be paid in that time, it's hard to wrap your head around when you reflect on the sale here in Australia. And everything does get paid, but I'd say it's a lot longer than a couple of days. So from your perspective here in this country, has it been easy to sell horses, or because of the way that the economy's been and the world that we're living in, it's been harder this time around? There's always an appetite for horses, and
we still obviously brought a lot of horses, but I feel like we had a very golden era in that COVID.
Yeah.
And so I'd say it's just the usual as it is at the moment. You can't use that time period of COVID when nothing else was happening but racing and people had spare money as a benchmark. So I think it's just standard at the moment. I wouldn't say it's flying, but we're not struggling.
I think we're lucky in this country. You've been in America. And America's a different country to ours regarding the racing game. It's not mainstream. There's sometimes in certain parts of the country during like Kentucky Derby, still big news over there. But and in New York and Kentucky, it's one of the leading sports. But outside of that, they haven't got the mainstream coverage that we get here.
No, and don't quote me on this. I don't know the exact percentage, but I think Oz Racehorse released these figures a couple of years ago. I read. So in America, 1% of America of the population are aware of racing. Yeah. And then something like 78% of Australians are aware of racing. So it was something very significant like that. And I don't know the exact figure, but I remember it being 1% of America are aware of horse racing. Yeah. Where, think of everyone that follows horse racing in Australia here, it's, you'd say nearly half, or I don't know the stats, but it was pretty significant like that.
You look at, I was in Europe during my little time off there just a month ago, and you look at the prize money and you think, geez, how do these guys survive, really? Like the money that they're racing for, especially in England. I know that they're protesting. I think they're going to go on strike, or they're talking to the government at the moment regarding the taxes that's been happening regarding the taxes on the punt up. And they're trying to get a better dividend back into the game so that prize money can increase. But it thinks and so you look at the prize money and then you think, well, that's why it was so easy for us to buy horses from Europe, because that's the only way that they could really make money. But now I'm having a look at the horses coming in. It seems it's dried up a little bit for some reason. Will, can you explain why there's not the influx of international horses coming to Australia this spring after being purchased by Australians?
Yeah, so sort of two bits to that question.
Yeah.
So you say how they survive. Well, at the moment, they're surviving because they're trading, and their market's so liquid. They've got so many options, whether that be Bahrain is buying a lot of horses at the moment, Australia, Hong Kong, locally, and America. We tried to buy a horse out of the Curragh 2 weeks ago, won first time out, and I think America ended up bidding about 750,000 euros, and we were around the 650. So that's significant money for horses that they're buying 80 to 100,000 euros as a yearling, and so the trade is there. So if you've got 10 horses in your stable, I think you can try and half pay for your operation by just being liquid in terms of that trading option. If you have a horse win at Sandown today in Australia, say a 3-year-old, you probably got Hong Kong. And obviously they've got it's a very small target and a very, stringent criteria. And then, other than that, if you're coming third, you might be able to get some good money going to Brisbane as a sort of a 60 to 80 grand trial horse. But over in Europe, you've just got so many avenues to sell and move it on. And then, again, you're just talking about us not bringing out a lot of horses. I mean, it's just very hard to buy at the moment. I mean, WAFNA have stepped into the market significantly, but no, they're not the only players. America's really stepped in. They're buying a lot of horses, and then Bahrain also, Saudi, all across the Middle East. So, and it's making it hard for the Australian market to buy those tried horses, and given the dollar as well, it's just another factor.
So have they caught up to us? You just pointed out America's had a resurgence a little bit. Has the other parts of the world caught up with us regarding basically buying these horses from Europe? Because it seems like they're a lot more active. Is there a reason why? Or are we just not that interested?
I think it's the top end of the economy. I mean, I'm talking about macroeconomics that I probably know nothing about, but I'm just saying at the top end of the wealth in Europe and America has gotten a lot more money and has got wealthier over the last 4 or 5 years maybe. I'm unsure, and they've got a lot of, a lot of money to spend, and there's a lot of interest, and there's a lot of new players coming in, and the Middle East and everyone. And there's living a little bit of switch to, okay, instead of let's just buying a heap of yearlings and playing the lottery that way, let's go hard at tried horses, which, a lot of people have been very successful at.
Yeah. Very interesting. We'll continue on our chat with Will Bourne straight after this break. This is Giddy Up this Wednesday morning. It's 13 minutes past 9.
Caulfield comes alive with Group 1 racing at the SEN Caulfield Underwood Stakes. Tickets just $20 at Ticketek.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. It's 18 minutes past 9. Will Bourne's with me in the studio. It's great to have your company wherever you may be listening, on your local RSN dial or the SEN track dial or our apps, or you can watch us these days on the SEN app, our YouTube channel, and also our Facebook channel. We're talking to Will Bourne, all things racing basically, and the bloodstock game especially, and the international market to buy these Melbourne Cup hopefuls, Caulfield Cup hopefuls, and it's getting a lot harder. So what's the answer, Blake? Will, what do we do with it now? How do we work it all out and try and like get back into the market?
Well, I suppose there doesn't need to be an answer from an industry point of view. Like, it's probably more advantageous for the Australian breeders that we can't buy these horses. But at the same time, you're just going to have to get a little bit more creative and buy more progressive horses and try and hit the board that way. But yeah, I mean, I'd say there's been a significant drop in, I think last year we would have acquired 13 or 14, and this season or European season, I think we're at 3. Okay. So
that's a massive drop.
Significant enough.
Yeah.
And, you look at like it's a 12-month delay, or what we're seeing right now is what we were buying or putting the work in 12 months ago. So you look at the progressive horses like Sadati, Royal Supremacy. That was 12 months ago we purchased them. Yeah. And so they're just hitting the boards now, stepping out and really rolling into it. And then the great season we had last year, say with Light Infantryman and Duke de Sessa, I mean they were purchased 3 years ago. So it's not going to. Going into this season, we've got like something a horse like Middle Earth in Sadati and Royal Supremacy that we've done the work, found them and purchased them. We won't see the lull until sort of 12 months time, 18 months time.
And is it a situation where you get a little bit lucky? If you just got an owner that's got all of a sudden got a lot of money and just wants a Melbourne Cup hopeful, and they go, well, Will, I don't care what you pay for this horse, just buy a horse that will get me into the mounting yard for the Melbourne Cup. How often does that happen?
I'm still waiting for it to happen. No one's giving you an open checkbook. People are very keen to acquire Melbourne Cup horses.
But what about the price? Like I was over in Europe, and what Australian Bloodstock paid for our Riffa, that was complete overs, wasn't it? When you look at it.
I wouldn't, no. I think...
do you think that was a good buy?
I think it was a good buy, yes.
Do
you not?
Well, he'll have to win a Melbourne Cup.
Well, he's a multiple Group 1 winner by Wootton Bassett, so what value do you put on him as a jumpstone?
Well, that's the market I don't know.
I think he's worth something.
Yes.
So I don't think they're tearing up money.
No.
He's a Wootton Bassett over Gallo. Won a Group 1 as a 2-year-old, won a Group 1 as a 4-year-old.
What could you buy Scandinavian for?
It's whatever they want.
Yeah.
Whatever they're going to sell.
Would he be more than our Riffa, or you reckon?
Younger.
He's a son of Justify.
He'd be more. Because he's younger and obviously.
Because sometimes you do have to pay that money to get them. That's what, it's top dollar. It's unlike you can get them for a bargain these days, can you?
No, especially in that market. I mean, everyone's well aware on what we're racing for out here and what other people are paying for them, and everyone knows what something's worth now.
And I'm not good on Australian Bloodstock. They do a great job. They get people involved in the game, and they've had success. They've won a couple of Melbourne Cups. But at the end of the day, people go, they're paid too much for that horse. But some people will pay that money because it's what they want. They've got a lot of money. They enjoy the game, and that's their hobby. If they want to pay that much for a horse that can compete in the Melbourne Cup, well, good on them. That's.
Well, I don't think it is overs. I mean, that's my opinion. That's what I think. That everyone really wants to depict tried horses and say, I think you paid 30% too much of that, but the yearling sale will be around in 4 months' time or whatever, and yearlings will be making 2 million, 1.5, 2.4, and no one will even blink. And you don't know whether you're going to be rock up on a Saturday or at Ararat with those horses. So at least this horse, what are your favourite for the Melbourne Cup? You've got some value as a stallion at the end of the day. And he's a sound, durable horse that can then go run around the world for a lot of prize money. So
and take you to Hong Kong. I
think he's a very smart player.
So, so with that in mind, then, how good is El Riffa? Can he win a Melbourne Cup?
I think he's going to take some beating.
Yeah.
The weight will be the interesting part.
Yeah.
But he will take some beating.
I think he would have got top weight in a Caulfield Cup, so he didn't nominate for a Caulfield Cup. And it's interesting with the Melbourne Cup, minimum weight is 57, so the top weight's 59. So he'll get around that, I would imagine, 58, something like that. And he's got to beat horses like Sir Dilius, who's the favourite at the moment. But as you well know, that they could be flying in Europe, but they're still got to be able to travel here.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's done it twice, Joseph. It's a 5-year-old, very seasoned horse. I mean, I think, I feel like, as I said, I think he can go very close to winning. I think he's a proper horse.
Yeah. What about, obviously, Scandinavians in the market, and I don't think he's coming at the moment because he's drifting in the market, and I don't know if Coolmore will send him. Augustus was an interesting horse when we had a chat to Jamie Lovett from Australian Bloodstock. He's a German galloper. He showed he's got a turn of foot. He looks like he could have plenty of upside. He's going to be trained by Kieran Maher. What's the go with him?
Yeah, so he was purchased and then sent to Harry Eustace, as we do with all our horses.
Yeah.
He was the travelling form for Haggis. He knows the drill. He took horses out here last year. He's flying as a trainer, and basically the horse left Germany, got to Harry, and after 4 or 5 weeks of training, the horse was fine. But Harry just said, look, you need to be flying to be running off the plane in the Melbourne Cup. He's not that. No. He's lightened off. He's only going okay. So we pulled the pin, and he'll just come out in an unusual shipment and just come to Australian race for the autumn. But I mean, it's nothing out of the ordinary. We buy these horses and they take 2 years to come. Yep. I think Gold Trip was 2 years. Duke de Sessa was 3 years. Light Infantry was a year and a half. So you don't lose faith, but you need everything to go right to pull off a Sir Dragoner.
Do you think now, because of that market so hard to get into with these tried international horses, that you will change your business model now, that you'll go to the sales and try and buy progressive type and take the punt there? Or do you look to Australia and try and find, which you already do anyway, but a middle distance horse?
Well, we've already started. So 2 years ago, we went to the Arcana Breeze Up sales. Yep. We purchased 2 horses. I had a lot of luck there. And we went even harder this year over in France at the Arcana Breeze Up. So we ended up buying 4 horses.
At the Breeze Ups?
Breeze Up, yeah. So one by Two Don't Hot, one by Wooden Bassett.
Okay.
Sioux Nation, No Neighbour. So they're with Harry at the moment. They'll see out their 3-year-old career and then come out to us.
So do you think that at the Breeze Up sales, we see that New Zealand Bloodstock have a successful Breeze Up, and obviously I think their average was bigger than their yearling sale in Book A, Book 1. So do you see that Australia's shifting to maybe going down that path of having more interest in Breeze Ups?
Well, I think definitely. I mean, you only saw, Clint McDonald's horse was very impressive on the weekend.
Rosberg, yeah.
It was a Breeze Up horse.
Yeah.
New Zealand do it well, but Australia and New Zealand do it well, or New Zealand does it better than Australia, but they still haven't got to the level of Europe. I mean, you look at Godolphin won the Guineas this year with the sale topper at Arcana the previous year. You know, they paid €2 million for it or something like that. Yeah. Like, you got all the big buys, you got proper horses. It's turned into a real sale with quality horses, and I think we're going in that way, especially New Zealand. Yeah.
Do you think you mentioned how the from a trading perspective in Europe and those trainers there and the owners, they can make some money now with the interest from America and the Middle East? Do you think that could ever happen here?
I think you're limited just because we're Southern Hemisphere.
Yeah.
Up there, you're buying it for the UAE Derby in Dubai, or there's a race in Bahrain, or there's a race in America. So there's all those 3-year-old series, where here, it's just Australia. Australia and New Zealand, that's it.
Yep.
And then you got Hong Kong, who's obviously a very small piece of it. albeit, very advantageous for people that want to sail to Hong Kong. But yeah, it's very strict criteria and you need a lot to go your way.
28 minutes past 9, Gareth Hall. We're lucky enough to have Will Bourne in the studio, one of the young guns in the racing industry. He's been in the bloodstock game for a while now. He's kicking plenty of goals. Of course, he works alongside Kieran Ma, and he's in the studio with me. Straight after the news, we've got Love It or Leave It. We'll see if he's got a strong opinion, Will. I reckon he might have. He'll join us to have a chat with Mickey Gannon next.
Powered by Signet, making SEN News headlines. Police body cam footage of the moment Des Freeman gunned down 2 police officers have been revealed. In the Middle East, there are new fears of rising tensions after Israel launched a missile attack on the Qatari capital Doha in an effort to take out Hamas leaders. On World Suicide Prevention Day today, it's been revealed 13% of Australians are experiencing suicidal thoughts or behaviours, according to Beyond Blue. And Apple's iPhone 17 has just been revealed, and it's been described as impossibly thin. Up next, sen.com.au sport. The Suns' Took Miller says the club can't wait to take on the Brisbane Lions in Saturday's Q Clash semi-final, while telling Nine his rivalry with Lions veteran Dane Zorko is very real.
We're not going for a beer after a game, but the days of us going head-to-head have probably gone a little bit, but I did enjoy the rivalry that was there, and I think that we might line up on each other at some point.
Experience the SEN Track Deck Saturday, September 20 at the SEN Caulfield Underwood Stakes. Tickets $75 at Ticketek.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall. On Giddy Up, it's time to have your say. Are you loving it or leaving it?
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Time to love it or leave it. And Will Bourne's with me in the studio. Mickey Gannon's going to join me. He's ready to go. G'day, Mickey. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, g'day, G. G'day, Will.
Now, Will, this game is a topic. We have our different topics for love it or leave it. And if you love it, you say love it. Or if you leave it, you say leave it. So you agree or you don't agree. Do you get it?
Yeah.
All right, then. We'll start with you, Mickey Gannon, here. The first one we're going to talk about is Sir Dilius. Is he a better chance in a Cox Plate or a Melbourne Cup than he is in a Melbourne Cup?
I have to refer to Will quickly. What weight will he get in a Melbourne Cup, do you think, Will?
Would it be 55 and a half?
Yeah, around that. What rater is he? I looked at that today. Sir Dilius is 108, so you'll get around 55, I reckon.
What we saw on Saturday was a very, very classy conveyance. He goes to the Cox Plate. I think he'll be very competitive, could win. Is he too classy for a Melbourne Cup? That's probably the question you got to ask yourself. We're seeing, some very classy horses just struggle to I guess, run out the 3,200 metres. I would say yes. I'm going to love it. I'm going to say that Sir Dilius is a better chance in a Cox Plate, G. And yeah, it might seem a little bit odd, but you've got bigger field in a Melbourne Cup. Barriers play a significant role in the race, and there might be a few horses that come from overseas that will be very, very competitive. That we spoke about Arif. I've heard you speaking about him coming out, and Scandinavia is still a possibility, and some horses at home like Land Legend and Birdman that I think are going to be very, very competitive as well. So I'll go yes. I'll love it.
Will?
Yeah, I agree. Looked sharp. Looked too sharp for Melbourne Cup. I thought he was a Cox Plate horse the way he ran on the weekend.
It's got to be some Cox Plate then. So Delius, hopefully Treasure of the Moment gets there. Aliana via Sistina. Kieran got anything going to a Cox Plate? Light infantry man?
Light infantry man. Yeah, I mean he needs his day. He needs a really. I mean that sort of could set up for him. Like he needs a high pressure. They go at the 1,000-metre mark type thing. He's got a high cruising speed. Yeah. So when you sit down, say, regarding Sir Delius, all right, if you're the Waterhouse and Bot camp and you're trying to work out a plan for him this preparation, you have a look at the Caulfield Cup top weight has to be 59. That's when the weights are released next week, and then an acceptances top weight has to be 57, the minimum top weight. So he would probably get around, like he'd probably carry no more than 57. He might get 55 when they're released next week. Are they thinking he probably wins a Caulfield Cup, but Sir Owen Glenn prefers to win a Melbourne Cup and they're not risking getting that penalty by going to a Caulfield Cup? Is that the way that you think they're thinking? Instead, they'll go to a Cox Plate at weight for age, where the penalty doesn't come into account? Yeah, I guess if that's the end goal. I mean, they could run in all three.
Yeah. Why don't you see many, I reckon, and you talk to the great Fred Kersley, and Kieran's done it on a few occasions, and the late, great Dean Lester told me this. The best lead up to a Cox Plate is the Caulfield Cup.
I'm just trying to think. We had Gold Trip when he won the Melbourne Cup. He was Caulfield Cup, Cox Plate, Melbourne Cup from memory, was he?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
It's been done before, and you don't see it too often these days, but it has been a successful formula. He's going to be hard to beat. He's the favourite, Sir Delius. In the Melbourne Cup, would you prefer Sir Delius or Al Riffa?
Al Riffa.
All right, then. Why do you love Al Riffa so much? Why does he excite you?
Just a 5-year-old seasoned horse. Joseph, he's done it twice. The horse won super impressive the other day. He'll get the trip. He's got the class. I think he's a very, very good chance. He'll be take a lot of betting.
I hope they use an Australian rider too for El Riffa. So we'll see.
I think they've booked Jamie Spencer.
Oh, no. Do you know what I hope they do? Jamie Spencer, he deserves to win a Melbourne Cup and would be one of the great stories if he wins a Melbourne Cup. Will he come back for the spring?
He's good mates with Jamie Lovett, so I wouldn't be, it's not out of the realms of possibility.
No. Jay Spencer, I saw him at Goodwood. He's I thought he was retiring, Jamie Spencer, but he's back again.
I think didn't he announce his retirement 10 years ago?
He did.
I think if you Google it, I think it goes back to 2013.
He's one of the great sit-sprit jockeys, isn't he? Especially on those big spacious tracks in Europe. He can just sit up on them and wait for the last crack at them. He's had so much success doing that.
Well, he does Ascot so well. That's his strength.
Yeah. I'm just having a look at...
Jamie's got it up against it, though, G, because Johnny O'Neill would be keen to get him on Buckaroo, wouldn't he?
Yeah, well, Johnny O'Neill, he's going to get top weight, I reckon, Buckaroo, maybe 58.
Really?
Does Johnny O'Neill get to choose his jockeys, or do you have the last say there, Will?
He books them, he does the acceptances, he does the work list.
Yep.
Yeah.
So the Caulfield Cup Gold Trip finished second in the Caulfield Cup, and then he was down the track but unlucky in that Cox Plate behind Animo.
He wouldn't have been beaten far, would he?
No, he was beaten. He was beaten that day just a couple of lengths, or 2.9 lengths, and then bolted home the Melbourne Cup. So, yeah, he had that campaign, Caulfield, Cox Plate into the Melbourne Cup. 9:37, let's continue on with the Love It or Leave It. So we're loving Sir Delius a better chance in a Cox Plate than a Melbourne Cup. Next one, I'll start here. Charles Wolf is overrated. I don't think he's overrated. I think that's who he is. He's a horse that needs pace on. He needs a Pride of Jenny to set up a tempo like she did in a King Charles, which allowed him to get over the top. I think early in his preparation, it's dangerous because you usually get those slow tempo races with a lot of these horses coming back. He needs to jump better, and he's not doing that at the moment. But I think you can't judge this horse, Will Bourne, until we see him third and fourth up. Until we see him in his grand final in a King Charles this year, I reckon.
Yeah, well, when you say overrated, I mean, he just needs his conditions. It was interesting. I was hearing Damien Lane talk about Treasure of the Moment, and, he spoke about her versatility. And that what makes her so good, where he needs the right track, right conditions. And look, we've got a lot of those horses in that mould, whether it's light infantry that needs a really fast pace, 2,000 metre, or it was Duke DeCessor who needs some wet track down on the weights with a leader bias track. You need favours for Group 1s to pull those off. And the best horses just find a way to win, whether it's like a Mr. Brightside or a Treasure of the Moment. So Overraid's a little bit harsh, but he does need his conditions, I think. Yeah, he's not like a Via Sistina or a Treasure of the Moment or a Brightside that can make his own luck. He's a little bit one-dimensional at the moment there, Mickey Gannon, but he's pretty good doing what he's doing. He just needs the cards to fall his way.
Yeah, he's just overrated by the punters on Saturday, G. I think that's probably the point of the matter. First up he was $5.50 and really well back from 8s into $5.50 in the Winks, and wasn't given, as in Chode Schofield's words, the best steer, and then gets her second up, improved slightly on rate for age figures. Obviously the race wasn't run to suit again, and as Will stated, and as we touched on in the review on Monday, he's a really high quality horse, but there's not many that can do it, against their pattern or without conditions to suit at this level. So he'll continue to improve third up, fourth up. It's just all price dependent on him, what price you want to take about him. Is he overrated? Yeah, he was on Saturday by the punters, but I'd say you'll probably get a decent price about him at his next start, and you might be a betting proposition. 9:39. This is Gareth Wilborn and Mickey Gannon with you this Wednesday for Love It or Leave It. Great to have your company. We'll take a break. We'll come back with plenty more. 0499 736 736. Send in your questions to the team. 0499 736 736.
Caulfield comes alive with Group 1 racing at the SEN Caulfield Underwood Stakes. Tickets just $20 at Ticketek.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Plenty of text messages coming through, Will. 0499 736 736. I've got a question for you without notice. So Middle Earth, all right, so looking at the cup weights right now, this is a guess he's rated, and obviously you've got to take in the time form, and the handicappers have got to debate. So this is just an educated guess, and I'm no handicapper, of course. He's at 109 Australian. That's his Australian rating. I reckon he probably gets maybe 54 and a half for a Caulfield Cup, 54 and a half, 55. And same for a Melbourne Cup. He might get a little less. Would you risk him winning a Caulfield Cup and getting 2 kilos more in a Melbourne Cup?
Risk being winning the Caulfield Cup?
Correct. And taking that.
You'd take a Caulfield Cup every day.
Yeah, over a Melbourne Cup. And then, because you have a look at the Caulfield Cup history, pretty handy record for top weights. You can always come back to a Caulfield Cup, but Melbourne Cup winning at the weights is a little harder.
If you're in the race, he's fit and well, he's got a good barrier, and you got the opportunity to win a Caulfield Cup, I think you just take it.
100%. What would you do,
We're not
Mickey?
going that good. No. We're not going that good.
Revelare, I would probably, if he wins the Archer, I wouldn't go to a Caulfield Cup in case he wins that. And then he can't win a Melbourne Cup if he's got 55.
Can he win a Caulfield Cup, though?
Well, I don't know, but it's an interesting debate around the table where, like, because it's a winnable Caulfield Cup this year, I reckon. But it's an interesting debate. Last one before we go to the questions. $1.75 right now I think he's $1.75 with Bet365, or he's around that quote, Carling Rising. Is that too short for the Everest, Will?
I think that's justified, isn't it?
Right,
it's not too short.
Well, it's justified if he gets here safely. There's a long way to go to take $1.75 for a futures play for a horse. I guess if he doesn't nominate, you get your money back, but yeah, probably then.
I mean, it's safe. I mean, what's he? He's a New Zealand horse that then came to Australia, that's then gone to Hong Kong, and I think it's pretty straightforward. The horse is well travelled. He's a seasoned horse. He's older. He's got a lot of versatility. He's done it with top weight. He's done it forward and back. I think it's a very justified price.
All right, then $1.75 he is. Mickey Gannon?
Yeah, the right price. Horses just got to get here. So if they turn up on race day, $1.70 is 100% going to be the right price. And then you probably throw in the world pool and all that, and you'll probably end up starting at $1.30, which would just be fascinating to see because they don't miss them. But would you, if you gave me $100 to spend on the race now, I wouldn't have it on Carling Rising. I'd quite happily have probably a play on Lady Shenandoah and have more to place and make just as much money. So you do you when it comes to that sort of setup. But look, he's a deserved favourite for sure. Carling Rising will know a lot more about travelling the horses and getting them here in one piece than what I would. Sounds to me that those in the know and those who do it all the time thinks it's suggests it's a pretty simple process.
Yeah. They tell me you could run 9.8 anyway at Shah 10 with that track. It's that fast. Will. And I just had Brooks, who produces Scary and Tim. He's a Seymour boy, and he just told me that Will Bourne could play football like no other. Hey, I've got to take a break on the other side of it. We'll come back with your questions. They're flowing through 0499 736 736. And don't be scared to ask Will the tough questions. 0499 736 736.
Experience the SEN Track Deck Saturday, September 20 at the SEN Caulfield Underwood Stakes. Tickets $75 at Ticketek.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Will Ball, Mickey Gannon with me for Love It or Leave It. Gareth, please ask Will his thoughts on a new purchase, Lightning Man.
Lightning Man, still trying to get out, running at Royal Ascot before we purchased him. Landed in Australia, thriving, bounced off the plane. Usually you can take them 6 to 8 months. He gives me a vibe of a horse that's going to hit the ground running.
Where do we see him?
He's probably 4 or 5 weeks off a trial.
What race?
What race?
Yeah.
Oh, well, he's only rated. He'll be rated here around, we haven't requested his rating. I think he's around 72 to 75.
Okay.
So it won't be high, but he's really, got a bit of a strut about him and bounced off the plane.
Hey, G, wondering what Will thinks of the new size Gold Trip and Haitotsu, how their progeny going to stack up in middle distance and staying races. That's from Max.
Gold Trip would have had 4 or 5 foals. I'm yet to see one, but, very durable horse that was tough and, he is what, that middle distance they talk about. And Haitotsu, I've seen his foals. He's throwing a lot nicer types than himself, put it that way. Like he's got a bit of grunt about him, and I'm keen to see his progeny this year at the Yearling Sale.
That's what you said to Butch anyway. Hey? Yeah?
I've got 2 for Will. What about others?
Sorry, you just broke up there.
Tagaloa and Home Affairs.
Tagaloa, he's probably at the crossroads. Yes. We obviously got a handy enough filly by him, but he'd want to go on with things. You couldn't completely write him off. And Home Affairs, I'm sending my mare there this year. A bit of a fan. Being critical of them as yearlings, they were heavy. But the ones that we've seen in our stable have held their athleticism. They've got their strength. We had one out of Wild Rain trial on Monday. Looks like a smart horse. We've got 4 in the stable, have all showed ability. So he's a stallion that I could give a nudge into. He looks like he's gone the right way. Home
Affairs. I don't know if I might have to borrow some money off you to get into Home Affairs, but I like the way you're thinking. $1.75 for the Everest is far too short. How could you? I'd be nervous about it coming up a heavy 10, but really be a heavy 15, and they still run the meeting. That's Mickey Shaw. Has Will had a look at Better Debtor since moving to Kieran? Any idea on spring targets?
Not too sure on her exact target, but she's done very well, like a lot of those older mares that Kieran's put to Fingal. So she's on the rolling heels there. And I think that was the idea of why she was sent to us, to give her one last prep and a change of scenery. So she's living out a paddock at Fingal, rolling up the hills and just doing the majority of her grunt work there.
Champion sprint type of...
Yeah, I think it's just she'll trial in sort of 3 weeks and we'll take it from there.
Morning, G, and Will and Mickey. I've got a multi of the day for you guys. Canterbury, race 3, Night Agent. Into the Godolphin Runner, race 4, Visual. Into Central Coast, Canterbury, race 5. They all win. Your thoughts there, Mickey G?
Well...
Do you like anything, Will, here?
Oh, nervous backing a horse first up after having 14 months off. That would be my only query there. Well, that's the Vinny out of Eliza.
Is that Will?
The
that's
Vinny
Visual.
That's Vinny out of Eliza's.
Yeah, that's Visual. They tell me he's flying, but did you see its jump out?
Railed at Mornington.
Yeah. Mickey?
Love the push Night Agent. Bit of intent there as well. J-Mac on for Chris Lees. They're striking enormous.
Yeah.
About 34% last 12 months. So they're airborne when they combine. And there's a bonus there, a $100,000 bonus for that race. So a fair bit of intent goes into race 3. So race 4, Lusker, J-Max aboard there again. Annabelle and Rob love the heavy track and hasn't stopped raining since about 5 o'clock this morning here in Sydney. That might have passed now, but I think there's a bit more rain coming. So I think you might get to a heavy track and beef up this preparation, hard to beat. And Central Coast will be hard to beat as well, as long as it's not a bottomless track late in the day.
What's the makeup of the Underwood? So Delius will go there, I think, $3.50. Buckaroo, $4. Moira, $5. And I think that Sardosi's going there, $17. She could be an each-way play after her effort. But the way we've been talking, if Sir Delius is going to be competitive in a Cox play, he'll be going awfully close there in an Underwood, wouldn't he, Will?
I agree. That's probably Sir Delius's race to really put his hand up. Zodaisy was very good the other day. Went back from the barrier and it was a very good foundation prep run, you'd call it.
Leave it or love it. Autumn Glow is a weighted certainty in Epsom. Well, if she wins, she'll probably get 54. I've got to look at that because you just don't know who's going to go to the Epsom from a top weights perspective. Maybe Pericles at the moment could be the top weight. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Hey, we've run out of time. Will Bourne, thanks. We'll do this on a regular basis. I've got to talk to your manager, but we'll see how we go.
Righto, cheers. Thank you very much.
Will
Thanks
Bourne.
for having me.
We'll catch up with you later on, Mickey Gannon, for the bag of tips. Right on 10 o'clock, we'll take a break. Trial time coming up next with Matty Morton and Dean Watling.
Powered by Signet. Good morning. I'm Nath Gardner with SEN News. Australia's foreign minister has joined world leaders labelling Israel's attacks on Hamas leaders in Doha overnight unlawful and unacceptable. The attack killed 6 people and came without warning. Qatar has been leading peace talks between the parties. Penny Wong has told 7 Australia joins the US and Qatar in condemning the action.
We don't think this was the right thing to do. It's a strike that violates Qatar's sovereignty. It undermines or potentially damages the possibility of ceasefire and the release of hostages, and obviously it risks escalation.
Chilling images of the moment Des Freeman gunned down 2 police officers in the Victorian High Country have been revealed. Vision of the 27-minute siege obtained by the Daily Mail show Freeman along with his wife and son barricaded in their bus and arguing with police. 56-year-old Freeman remains at large. The Prime Minister will touch down in the Solomon Islands today for major talks with Pacific leaders. It's after yesterday's visit to Vanuatu by Anthony Albanese, where a long-anticipated security pact failed to materialise. A new campaign has been launched to help educate Australians about the risks of methanol poisoning when travelling overseas. It follows the death of 2 Aussie teens in Laos last year after consuming methanol-tainted drinks. And the NRL has sorted its grand final entertainment, with Grammy-nominated artist Teddy Swims to headline. Coming up next, SEN Sport. It's a third Keith Bluey Truscott Trophy for D skipper Max Gawn at Melbourne's Best and Fairest. He won ahead of Kristen Petrarca and Cozzy Pickett. The Chicago Bulls have locked away Australian Josh Giddy for the next 4 years under a $100 million deal. And Ange Postecoglou's first assignment as new Nottingham Forest manager is against Arsenal this weekend.
Caulfield comes alive with Group 1 racing at the SEN Caulfield Underwood Stakes. Tickets just $20 at Ticketek.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Now on Giddy Up, it's time for Trial Time with Dean Watling.
Well, coming up here on Giddy Up, we've got trial time. Matty Morton, who's been in great form, along with Dean Watling, who've been seeing him beautifully there with looking and identifying horses from the trials. And then Hong Kong Corner, Tom Wood will join us, and then David Hayes after a big day on opening day at Sha Tin there last Sunday. So David and Tom Wood will join me all before 11 o'clock. If you purchased a ticket in New South Wales for the Kosciuszko, keep your phone on you because the draw is about to be conducted there at headquarters at Royal Randwick. So make sure that you have your phone on if you've been able to buy a ticket. You have to be a New South Wales resident, I think. So we wish you the best of luck. I see the Crow's Nest Hotels 1-1. Tab account customer from Griffith, Bulli, Horsley, Port Macquarie, North Ryde, Warhope. No Manly where I bought mine. Anyway, Dean Watling joins us. G'day, Dino. Good morning, Dino.
Morning, G. How are you?
Did you buy a Kosciuszko ticket?
I didn't, G. So I think it's the first year I haven't bought them. So you got to be in it to win it. I'm not in it this year, so I won't be winging it, G.
What horse would you go for if you did get one?
I think Front Page has
Yes.
got a grip from one hand on the title. I saw Tim Clark booked, was it, G?
No, I can't confirm that. If it could be right, Timmy Clark's been booked.
I read somewhere someone has been already booked for a front-running jockey. I can't remember, but yeah, if he turns up, G, we know what he's like. There's no Far Too Easy this year, so Front Page looks like he's got it somewhat one hand on the trophy.
So trial time, we go through our top 5 trialers from the week. We'll start off with number 5, and this 4-year-old mare by Snetzel was with Keramar now with Chris Waller by the name of Delicious.
Yes, G, you've done your homework. So transferred to Chris after last preparation, showed a bit on debut behind Amelita and Co. Started $2.25 there, then sort of 4-week freshen, thrown in Group 3 enlisted grade. Didn't quite handle it. Handled sort of the Red Allen, ran only 1.2 lengths off Aliana and Dominetta. So good form, needs to break the maiden. Now with Chris, 44 weeks off is the query. 2 really, really strong trials though, and down to run tomorrow at Hawkesbury with J-Mac in the saddle. So I thought I'd give the listeners out there maybe one that we can get in the bag before the weekend and we can sort of build that bank towards the weekend. Jallissus is the first of the top 5 this week, G.
Beautiful. Then Joe Pride's produced a couple of nice horses for Godolphin, including one last Wednesday. And he's got this filly by the name of Taxation. It's a filly by I'm Invincible that's trialled recently. She was 7th of 10. So why did she catch your eye there, Dino?
Number 1, G, James McDonald's in the saddle. You don't often see him or ever ride for Joe Pride. 2, as a typical Joe Pride, they drew the widest gate in this trial, and there was a fair few horses there. So snagged, just wasn't asked to a whole lot. This is the first trial off a 32-week spell. So typical Joe, he's similar to Chris Waller in the sense if he just asked them to settle, find the line. She was great late and even better through the line. You watched 200 metre past the post and she hugged the outside rail, so covered a lot more ground than her rivals, and she was in front 200 metres past the post. So she's out of immersement, won a Group 3 Whitten Stud Stakes as a 2-year-old. A half to Red Card, who was a nice galloper up there in Queensland, G, but intriguing to see James booked and excited to see a second trial for Taxation this time in for Godolphin and Joe Pride.
That horse that I think that got everyone talking last week for Joe Pride and Godolphin was a Tika. And my understanding with the Godolphin horses as well, that you'll see James ride a lot of them, even for trainers that he doesn't usually ride for. Because like with his relationship with James Cummings, I think James gets, I don't know if he gets first option, but he definitely gets offered, and Godolphin would love to use James as much as they can, if you know what I mean.
Is that the same setup with you and guests on the show, G? I heard you just get the pick of whoever you want and then...
Not really, Dino. Not really. I have to work hard for you. Don't worry about that.
Oh, please. Don't say that. I'm always here for you.
Now, Bjorn Baker's got a horse by the name of Our Queen. That's number 3 in your top 5 trialers.
Yeah, number 3, G. Caught my eye a couple of weeks ago. First trial. Didn't know a whole lot about this 5-year-old mare. So she's obviously Mike Maroney and Glenn Thompson. Then transferred to Bjorn Baker this prep. Bjorn's been given a handful of terrific horses. Beat Sacred Rocks in its second start, 1,400 metres. 29 weeks off. These have been 2 of the best trials I've seen in Sydney over the last couple of weeks. Backed it up again with 1,030 metre hit out, beating Altivo, moving out recently. Time was good, put 5 lengths on them. She looked terrific in action. It wasn't one of those Bjorn Baker trials where they win by a margin, G, and stop past the post. She was really good through the line. So 5-year-old, only 3 starts. She's obviously had some issues, but I think our Queen can fill in a couple of these sort of benchmark to listed ranks this time in. So really excited to see her back at the races in the coming weeks.
I can't believe it's number 2. Briasa for Team Hawks. Sensational, the big grey there yesterday.
How good was he, G? I know we've sort of Caden Rising was terrific on the weekend, but I think that he's going to have some great opposition. Briasa, Private Harry, Lady Shenandoah. I think all these horses are going to give him a proper race.
Yeah.
And it's somewhat surprising to see a 5-year-old gelding finally show tactical speed in his trials now, later in a prep. Obviously, we see horses that sometimes show it early in their careers and then tailor off. But that was the biggest tip for me in this trial, G. I think if you're going to beat Caden Rising in an Everest, you're going to have to be maximum 2 to 3 lengths off that horse in the run and run over the top. I don't think you can give him a big start. So love this from Briasa. This is the best I've ever seen in trial. 1,000 metres. He's ready to go. Good luck catching him first up. I think either a Premier or a Shorts, G. That would be probably a set up into an Everest. I think you'd know more, but exceptionally excited to see Briasa back. That tactical speed scratched a little itch in my brain watching that trial, G.
And then the son of Prasir, the Kiwi Pier, is your number 1 trialer from this week.
Yeah, so interesting one, G. Obviously, a 6-year-old only had a limited amount of starts on and off the scene. Obviously, had some setbacks with some big spells, but burst back onto the scene up there in Queensland. Ran third first up to War Machine at massive odds and took out a listed 1,600-metre race. So 12 weeks off. Yes, residual fitness in this trial, but, gee, this was the trial of the week for me. I sat outside. Down the outside, looked terrific in its action. I know it's down to running a Theo Marks or nominated for Theo Marks this week.
It does go around there. Ethan Brown will ride in the Theo Marks.
Yeah. So he's got a couple of nice rides I hear, Ethan, up in Sydney. So I think Pierre's a terrific chance this weekend. Thought it might be transferred to Mar, but obviously the Kiwi connection's still training that horse, G. Interesting to see past his prep if it does stay in Australia full time, but really, really excited to see Pierre. I think that's one that maybe we can underrate and get a nice price for our first up. So, yeah, Pierre and Briasa are the 2 big ones this week, and we might hold back Beedman for next week, G. He did go around. I know we spoke about him last week, and he looked really, really sharp. So he'll have a second trial soon, and we'll touch on that, I'm sure, on trial time.
I don't think he'll go into the Everest Speedman. I think they're going to give him a few easier assignments, but he did trial nicely. I see that horse has got the Weatherlys that lead the ownership there. Obviously races in the Aussie Kerr colours. Johnny O'Neill's a part owner as well. My understanding was it was going to go to Chris Waller, this galloper, maybe even a preparation and a half ago. Obviously it stayed with the Weatherlys. They took him to Brisbane, so they're doing a good job with him, so they've just kept him. And they own a lot of him, it seems, anyway, the Weatherlys. So we wish them the best of luck. But I think he'd be hard to beat. I know he's got to meet some nice ones there in the Theo Marks, but everyone's talking about this galloper Pierre, so it'd be fascinating to see how he goes. So Delicious, number 5 for Chris Waller. Taxation for Joe Pride in the Godolphin colours. Our Queen for Bjorn Baker. The Everest Hopeful and Briasa for Team Hawks. And then Pierre for the Weatherlys is your number 1 trialer. Any black bookers that we need to be backing, Dino?
Well, Jelsies goes around tomorrow at Warwick Farm, and then there's one on Friday, G, sneaky one. Cheeky Sort is its name. Joe I will train Louise Dana's saddle, race 6, Goulburn on Friday. I think that's about it. We'll wait for markets to drop tomorrow. Annandale, another one for listeners out there, race 4 tomorrow at Hawkesbury, and that would probably do us, G, as we wait for see what Gate Pier and a couple of others draw. Maybe Tempted's back at the races, Run to the Rose or Melbourne.
Yeah, races Saturday, Run to the Rose, Kieran told us today, going very well. I did ask him if she's an Everest horse. He didn't fill me with that much confidence, suggesting that she's ready to go to an Everest as a 3-year-old filly. So that was going to be one of our love it or leave it. If you're Coolmore and Godolphin, do you go with one of your own, or do you look outside of the square this time around? As Tom Magny told me yesterday, they're in no hurry for to choose their horse for the Everest. So
it's interesting, G. I know Caden Rising gives us a great headline, but maybe the flip side to him coming over and being so short in the market, it's going to scare a lot of these 3-year-olds away. Why turn up and potentially give them a gut buster week and just stay at your own age group and aim up at a Coolmore and a Golden Rose and those sort of races? So being devil's advocate, I don't know if we'll see a whole lot of 3-year-olds aim up in this year's Everest.
Even though they've got a great record in that race. So, yeah, that's a very good point you make, Dino. Hey, we'll catch up with you a little later on, Dino.
Looking forward to it, G. Thank you.
Betsy's very own Dean Watling. You've been up and about as well, so keep on tipping the house down, Dino. We'll catch up with you in the next hour. Time for a break. Matty Morton will join us next here on Giddy Up to go through his top 5 triallers from Melbourne and Sydney.
Caulfield comes alive with Group 1 racing at the SEN Caulfield Underwood Stakes. Tickets just $20 at Ticketek.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. We'll have those fields around 10:30, I reckon, for Flemington on Saturday for Mackay Diva Stakes Day. So I'll get those sent to me hopefully in the next 10 minutes or so. Matty Morton joins me as we continue on trial time on Giddy Up this Wednesday. Hello to you, Matty.
Good morning, Gareth. Good morning, listeners.
Same deal as what Dino went through, our top 5 triallers from the week, and we start at number 5. And just like Gabby, this beautifully bred galloper for Kieran Maher, who trialled at Cranbourne on Monday, caught your eye.
Yes, the Maher team have looked a little behind the 8 ball early this spring, but are noticeably coming to hand now, and speedy mare just like Gabby is no exception. 1,000 metres around the valley looks ideal for this mare, and I wouldn't even be surprised if she went to those 950-metre speed contests at some stage. She was a little lacklustre 6 weeks ago when I saw her, but she was much better on Monday, and has talent beyond her mark of 69 and looks good to improve on her current record when resuming.
A horse at Flemington caught your eye in the Arrowfield colours, a daughter of Schnitzel for the McAvoys, is number 4.
Absolutely. Arrowfield filly Keepsake has always shown plenty and was thrown in the deep end on debut before atoning swiftly in a maiden grade at her subsequent start. Put away after that, the McAvoy trained mare looks to have come back in good order and should be capable of her second victory before too long. As long as they stay in their lane, Keepsake should progress nicely this campaign. I'd be wary if she's pitched in too deeply too soon, but she definitely has ability beyond her current mark of 61.
Robbie Griffiths has got a handy team, and his star sprinter is Ray Bagnerio, who trialled on Monday. He's your number 3 trialler of the week.
Yeah, we saw him at Caulfield last week, and he was pleasing there, but he stepped up to another gear at Cranbourne on Monday. He was a bit keen early, but soon settled 4-5 wide in behind the lead before easing to the front late to score with plenty in hand. He looks to have come back well after a good break and should be hard to beat first up, and he has a very good record fresh.
Jenny Lala's always showed potential for Tony Otterbury. She's now with Gavin Bedggood. She's been with Gavin for a little while. What did you make of her trial? Obviously, you were impressed there. She's your number 2 raider.
Yeah, Jenny's always been a good horse fresh, and age doesn't seem to have dulled this mare's enthusiasm. She jumped with gusto before being heavily restrained early to take up a wide trailing position. Jenny Lala had plenty to do upon straightening, but picked up strongly when asked and hit the line in excellent fashion. She's another with a strong first-up record, and she'll be hard to beat again when returning this spring.
And number 1?
Yeah, well, no number 2 for this horse. Brias has always been a favourite of mine.
Yeah.
And he certainly hasn't disappointed this time in. He faced a strong trial yesterday morning, including the Golden Slipper winner, Mahuna. That filly was a well-beaten second and never looked likely to get closer in spite of encouragement from the saddle to do so. Briassa jumped straight into the bridle with a clear advantage. Then all they ever saw was his rump and tail. Briassa raced wide into the straight, but was in a league of his own in spite of quality opposition in his wake. The grey is raring to go and will give anything a run for its money in his current form.
Unbelievable. So do you think he's the Australia's best chance of Everest's glory from what you've seen from the trials so far?
Look, I think it's going to be one hell of a race from the trials I've seen so far. It's certainly not going to be one-sided.
Yeah. All right then, mate. Bring it on. Any winners that we need to be backing today at Sandown from your black book?
There's a horse in the first that's trialled very well. He's gotten back in his trials. He hasn't beaten much, but the way he hits the line has been very impressive, and I see the market hasn't missed him. Number 7, Sea Trader. Now, Regal Award obviously has the form on the board, but Sea Trader's going to give him a good run for his money.
Beautiful. All right then. Yeah, that's a good first race coming up. Robbie Griffiths will join me after 11 o'clock. So looking forward to catching up with him. That's that Ole Kirk, the son of Ole Kirk, that has been trialling nicely. Anything else, mate?
Trader. Sorry, Sea Trader you're talking about?
Yeah, yes.
No, he's by Hanseatic.
Oh, is he? Sorry.
Yep.
He is actually Hanseatic. I don't know how I got that confused. So $3 at the moment. He's been well supported. Anything else for us, mate?
No, that's all. I'm already having a quick look at Saturday. There's some very impressive fields up in Sydney and some interesting rider engagements there.
Yep. All right, mate. We appreciate your time as always, Matty.
Okay, Gareth. Cheers.
There's Matty Mawson there, and that is trial time. So Matty's top 5 triallers, just like Gabby from Cranbourne on Monday, Keepsake from the jump outs on Friday for the McAvoys and Arrowfield Stud, Ray Magnerio for the Robbie Griffiths camp who jumped out at Cranbourne on Monday, another one from Cranbourne Monday, Jenny Lala is his number 2 seed, and Briassa after he flew around Rose Hill there yesterday for Team Hawks. We'll take an early news. It's right on 24 minutes past 10. On the other side of it, Hong Kong Corner, where Tom Wood and David Hayes will be our special guest.
Powered by Signet, making SEN News headlines. National Australia Bank will slash over 400 jobs in a restructure of its Technology and Enterprise Operations division. It comes just a day after ANZ announced thousands of jobs are on the chopping block. Israel condemned for its missile attack in Qatar targeting Hamas leaders. Activists on board Greta Thunberg's Freedom Flotilla heading for Gaza insist they've been the target of a drone strike. Local officials have denied the claims. And tickets for next year's Australian Grand Prix in Melbourne go on sale soon. Coming up next, sen.com.au sport. It's a third Keith Bluey Truscott Trophy for D skipper Max Gawn at Melbourne's Best and Fairest. He won ahead of Kristen Petrarca and Cozzy Pickett. The Chicago Bulls have locked away Australian Josh Giddy for the next 4 years under a $100 million deal. And Ange Postecoglou's first assignment as new Nottingham Forest manager is against Arsenal this weekend.
Experience the SEN Track Deck Saturday, September 20 at the SEN Caulfield Underwood Stakes. Tickets $75 at Ticketek.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Fields are out for Rose Hill. Just waiting for the fields there for Saturday's meeting at Flemington. They shouldn't be far away. Just having a look at some of the features there in Sydney on Saturday. We've got the Ming Dynasty, Autumn Boy, Jason Collett rides from Gate 4. Providence, who had no luck there the other day, he's drawn barrier 8. What else have we got? Flying Orchard, that's unbeaten, barrier number 7. Central Coast, barrier number 9. It's also entered today. Who else? Powerhouse, barrier number 2. 60s down the bottom, barrier number 3. And west of Swindon, Chad Schofield rides. He's barrier number 5 there. And Grand Prairie, who won that controversial race there last start, he's barrier number 10. In the Shirako Stakes, Steffi Magnetica 9. Jolly Star gets Sack Lloyd, barrier 7. Manal, barrier 2. Amina, barrier 4. Samana, barrier 8. Spicy Martini 3. Lilac inside draw first up, barrier 1. And Gangster Granny, that was good there the other day, she was behind Autumn Glow. She's barrier 6, Tyler Schiller rides. The Run to the Rose, Nepotism 5, Devil Knight, no jock, barrier 1. Then you've got Biwak, barrier 4, Rivellino, barrier 9, Skyhook, barrier 3, King of Pop, barrier 12, State Visit, barrier 10, Navy Pilot, barrier 6, And then Autumn Boy's the first emergency there. Theo Marks, Airman barrier 5, looks like he'll stay in Sydney. Karen McAvoy rides Autumn Glow, barrier number 6 there. Like a Lucy, barrier 15. Straight Acer, barrier 1. Steffi Magnetica is the emergency there, barrier 17, so she'll go around the earlier race. NCAP barrier 12, Pier barrier 10, Ethan Brown takes the ride. So those are the feature races with some of the bigger names there. And Tempted is barrier 7, Ethan Brown takes the ride on that Godolphin runner. Be fascinating to see how she goes. So that's a look at Sydney with the Run to the Rose, the Theo Marks, which sees Autumn Glow go around, and the Shirako Stakes, which sees Jolly Star go around from barrier 7 with Zach Lloyd picking up the ride. It's 10:30, Hong Kong Corner.
On Giddy Up, the Hong Kong Corner. For the latest on Hong Kong racing, go to hkjc.com.
Hong Kong racing is back and there's nothing like it. For the latest, visit hkjc.com. Tom Wood joins us. G'day, Tom.
Hello, Gareth.
What a day there. Despite the weather conditions, over 40,000. They love to punt the people of Hong Kong, and they did just that there on the opening day, which is highlighted, of course, by Carling Rising.
It was a super day. Had a lot of rain before the first race. Well, when I say a lot of rain, we had probably around 13 or so mils, and we didn't have too much more after that, leading into what was Carling Rising's race, and he was brilliant at the weekend, as many expected he would be, but obviously giving weight away to the field like he was. He was pretty dominant in the end, and he's pulled up well from all accounts as he is now based in the quarantine. But no, it was a good day all round. We saw some impressive performances. Obviously, Zach with 5 winners through the course of the afternoon. Michael Chang with 2 winners. He came out firing the local trainer, and Jamie Richards with a couple of winners as well.
It was an important day for Jamie Richards because he probably didn't have the season he wanted last time around, but that's a great start for Jamie to kick off a new season with 2 winners, because he's one trainer and he's a proud man that he'd be determined to really start this season well.
Yeah, absolutely. When you put it into context, last season he lost 50 horses through the course of the season. That's nearly a horse a week that he lost through the course of last season, and the numbers are a little bit down, but he's got some nice horses coming through, and certainly Bulb General is one of those, maybe headed towards the 4-year-old series. The son of Embellish, who of course stands at Cambridge Stud. Now, he was really good the other day, and he quickened up really nicely as well. Obviously, his prior run to that at the end of last season, they went really fast in front, but he was able to run over the top of them. So some may have thought that may have flattered him a little bit, but what he produced at the weekend was very, very good. So he's an interesting prospect going forward to the 4-year-old series coming up early in the new year.
And you can turn it around pretty quickly. You need a lot of luck to go your way, but David Hayes has been the perfect example of that, where you can have a bad season, lose a lot of horses, but before you know it, you're back at the top again.
Absolutely, and David Hayes is a classic example of that, and he's a trainer that could fight for a championship again this year, as he was amongst the mix with John Size last season. And I know that Jamie certainly does take a fair bit of mentoring here in Hong Kong, certainly off David Hayes.
So what do you do today, mate, at Happy Valley? It's a great night on a Wednesday night to get things underway there for a new season. Can you find us a few winners?
Back at Happy Valley tonight. Obviously, when we were last at Happy Valley at the final meeting of the season, I've never seen a bigger crowd than what I saw at Happy Valley at the back end of the season. So hopefully we get a good crowd through the gates tonight at the iconic City track. Weather looks like it should be A-OK for tonight's program. The track is rated good, and I thought it was a little bit of a tough meeting to kick off tonight at Happy Valley. I didn't mind one coming up early on in the program, and that is race 1, number 1, Super Charizard, Purton on, back into Class 5 for Mark Noonan, both positives. So he's race 1, number 1, Super Charizard. The ultimate best is race 4, number 5, Mighty Steed. It was good to see Vincent Ho back in the winner's circle from only 2 rides at the weekend, and he rides this one for Francis Loy. Ran really well at the back end of last season. He ran second. He's trialled up nicely leading into this. He won that trial, so I think he's certainly a big player in race 4, number 5, Mighty Steed. And Casper Founds has got race 5, number 7, Noble Pursuit. Casper, of course, the king of the valley, and this horse has a good fresh record, drops from 129 pounds to the 122 tonight for this race, so I thought he'd be some sort of a chance times. He won fresh last season. That's race 5, number 7, Noble Pursuit.
Who are the trainers do we need to be following early doors for the new season?
Certainly, well, David Hayes is right up there in terms of following trainers for the early part of the season. Well, John Size got off to a good start at the weekend with a winner. Tony Cruz is a stable to watch for in the early part, and another one certainly is Danny Shum. He's always a trainer that gets out of the blocks pretty quickly. Didn't have a winner at the weekend, but he's got horses engaged in every single race tonight.
Good on you, mate. Good calling tonight. Great to hear your voice back behind that microphone there and the binoculars ahead of another season there in Hong Kong, kicking off with the Happy Valley season, or the start of their season tonight, mate. Looking forward to it.
Thanks, guys. Can't wait.
There's Tom Wood there. It's 10:35. We'll take a break. David Hayes to join us next.
Caulfield comes alive with Group 1 racing at the SEN Caulfield Underwood Stakes. Tickets just $20 at Ticketek.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Together, 3/4 over. Carrying Rising, they've cleared out 3 lengths to Beauty Waves, and then came Lucky Swain S. The reins shaken at the world's best sprinter, and Carrying Rising, he put 2 lengths on bottom up together. Then Lucky Swain S and Beauty Waves, but it's Carrying Rising well clear. It's an easy trek to base camp now to climb Everest. Carrying Rising beat home.
Gives you goosebumps when you listen back to that call of Mark McNamara's performance there of Carrying Rising. I don't think I've ever had an international horse talked about so much as Carrying Rising has been in this country. He's the $1.75 favourite for the Everest. He's Hall of Fame and legendary trainer David Hayes joins us now live from Hong Kong. Good morning to you, David.
Yeah, good morning, Gareth.
Are you enjoying all this?
Oh, look, he's he's an exciting horse, and he hasn't let us down for a long time, and it's just great to have a horse at this stage of my career that I probably consider my best.
Yeah. Has he been, well, he's been in quarantine now for 24 hours. Is he settled in okay? And how long is he in quarantine for?
Yeah, he's in there for another 12 days before he gets on the plane, and then he'll enter Canterbury quarantine. So he's got a month of quarantine, and then when he gets out of quarantine, the AJC have kindly put on a trial at Randwick so he can have a dress rehearsal before the big day.
Does that pose any challenges for you, training him in quarantine?
Oh, look, Canterbury's a wonderful facility, and Hong Kong, we've got ridiculously early starts because he has to work before the Hong Kong horses come out.
Okay.
So that's the only, he works between 4 and 4:15 every morning.
Yep. So does he like getting up early?
Yeah, I hope so.
Yeah.
He's eating all his food anyway.
And can you see him?
Very well.
Can you see him, or is it like I remember? Yeah. So you can go and see him.
Yeah, I can. But if I go and see him, I can't see my other horses. So I generally look at him over the fence.
Yeah.
While he's in quarantine or from the trainer's hut.
What did you make of your performance on Sunday? It was just like, even with the weight, and we were looking from afar in those conditions. I know it was a good track still, but you just have to shake your head in disbelief, really, from a fan anyway, watching him.
Yeah, they'd had probably a good inch of rain before his race and during, but it doesn't seem to put him off. And he just continuously smashes the clock. I think he's, in his trial, he broke the record for the fastest trial ever run in Hong Kong, which, they trial so many days a week here. It's a pretty good effort in itself, especially when you weren't trying. And then, he came out, and I think he holds the first, second, third and fourth fastest 1,200 ever run at Sha Tin. So there's been a lot of people say it's Hong Kong form, but I promise you it's pretty strong.
Yeah. And what's it like for you? You just mentioned at this time of your career, it's great to have a champion like a Carrying Rising. But what's separate? I know he's fast and he does what he does, but what separates him from the other champs that you've trained?
Probably his consistency of high class performances. He's just a wonderfully consistent champion, very much like Black Caviar was, I think. If he keeps doing it for a year, he'll be compared to her.
Yeah. Do you enjoy this pressure that comes along with training a horse like this, or is it difficult to stay in the moment because there is a lot of pressure, David?
Look, I absolutely love the day-to-day training of him.
Yeah.
The hour before the race when he's $1.00, I want to get it over and done with a bit. He's expected to win, and you just, the people will be in shock when he does lose, and they do lose, So I don't enjoy having a $1.10 chance in a Group 1 race.
No.
It's quite nerve-wracking. But in the day up until the hour before, I'm fine, and then I do feel it a bit.
I guess the only question mark with him is getting on a heavy track in Sydney or a soft track. We thought when it was raining and pouring and the cyclones were arriving there in Hong Kong, we thought we might get a chance to see something like that, but looked like it raced like a good track talking to Zach and looking at the times. What's your gut feel with that,
Looking
Dave?
at the times,
Yeah.
looking at the times except for his race.
Yes.
He ran like a second faster than any other 1200 on the day.
Yeah.
So they were running like they were, for the other horses, it was like it was a dead track.
Yep.
By Australian standards, but he went across it like it was a fast track.
Yeah, which is astonishing, really, when you think about it.
Yeah. But I know he's very good in the wet because he's in Australia. He won his trials in New Zealand on wet track. So
yeah.
I really don't worry about the wet track. I think he'll be fine.
And Zach said he could win a Breeders' Cup on the dirt. The way he reckons he's a better dirt horse than he is a turf horse. If only the Saudi Cup was worth over the 1,200 metres worth $20 million, David.
Yeah. He won't be travelling for the dirt.
No.
Zach loves him on the dirt in the trials when he trials. I think he's won 16 trials on the dirt.
Yeah.
So he's apart from his race record, his trial record's pretty good.
Are you looking forward to getting back home?
Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah.
It'll be fantastic, and especially to come back with a champion like this horse.
Yeah. The boys will be there as well. JD's joining me in the studio on Friday at 10 o'clock, and I think even the lads are looking forward to having Dad out with his champion, Carrying Rising.
Yeah, I was just talking to JD, and with the trial they've put on the 7th, I think it's for Everest and King Charles horses.
Yeah.
I think Brightside might be trialling on that day, so
yeah.
I'll be able to see him, which will be good.
What about your start to the season? You got Carrying Rising, but talking to Zach and a few others, they believe you'll be the red-hot trainer to kick off the Hong Kong season. Looks like you've got a good team to kick off proceedings, David.
Yeah, look, I sort of ran second last year, and I think I'll be competitive again this year. Apart from Kaging, I've got quite a nice balanced team of horses.
Yeah, you must be proud with the way that you've been able to turn it around, would you believe, in Hong Kong after that season that you had. You lost a lot of horses, but then I guess like champions do, they find a way, and you've been able to regroup and be resilient and be where you are today.
Yeah, it was a bit sad in the middle of COVID losing 40 horses in one season. It sort of it's like a run on a bank. There was just it was the thing to do, and we didn't enjoy it much, but we just kept our head down, kept working, and they've all come back with interest, so it's good.
And I know you've got a lot of rivals in the training ranks, but I know this man looks up to you, and I think you mentor him a little bit. But Jamie Richards, he had a tough season last season, but for him to start that season with 2 winners was great for him, the boy from New Zealand.
Yeah, Jamie, he had a bit what happened to me last year. He had a run on him for 15 months, and hopefully it's come to an end. But in some ways, you rebound quicker with a smaller team because you can run your good horses when you want. You don't have to take it in turns.
Yeah.
And when you've got horses that are struggling, you can run them in races to drop them. So I think he'll have a much better season this year.
Well,
and he started well.
Yeah, he's on fire. So we appreciate your time. I think your access and your availability to talk about your champ, Carrying Rising's been exceptional, and it's why I think everybody's talking about him, not only what he's doing on the track, but with you and Zach leading the way, being the spokespeople for a horse like that. I think it's terrific for the sport of thoroughbred racing, and you're going to get a lot more questions regarding this horse.
Well, I'm enjoying. I can promise you, I'm watching all the sprints very closely.
Who scares you most?
Up until now, probably the Chris Waller filly that was unlucky on the weekend.
Lady Shenandoah.
That was me.
Yep.
Lady Shenandoah, and I've noticed Private Harry trialled very well, and the Hawks horse obviously trialled well yesterday. So I'll be watching. I'll be really looking forward to watching them in the races. But all I can say is that our horse is in great form. and he's going down there on a high.
Yep, we can't wait to see him. You'll probably get door stopped as you get off that plane when you arrive in Sydney, David. Thanks very much for your time, mate, and we'll see you back here in a few weeks' time.
Thank you.
Always great to catch up with David Hayes. We'll take a break and we'll wrap up this hour. Hopefully the fields are dropped for Flemington on Saturday. Interesting to note as well, I reckon if Mr. Brightside draws wide, there is a chance that he might not go to the Mackay Diva and he'll be saved for the 7 stakes on Saturday week. So it'll be interesting to see where he draws come Saturday.
Experience the SEN Track Deck Saturday, September 20 at the SEN Caulfield Underwood Stakes. Tickets $75 at Ticketek.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Fields are out for Flemington on Saturday. Only 6 horses going around in the Mackay Diva. And Mr. Brightside's come up with gate number 1 in the Mackay Diva. It's only a 6-horse field, but full of quality. Tom Kitten barrier 6, Antino barrier 4, Mark Twain 3, Via Sistina 2, Eliana 5. It'll be an interesting speed map. We might have Antino that sets the speed in this year's Mackay Diva. Lasura's come up with barrier 6. Like a Lucy, barrier 12. This is in the Let's Elope. On Display, who's so impressive there at Caulfield the other day, gets barrier 1 and a bounding barrier 4. Rotarataki, barrier number 7. Revelare's barrier 11 in the Archer Stakes. Tuvalu, barrier 11. Star Patrol back at the races, barrier 6 and a Bobby Lewis. You've got Media World, barrier 4. And then Airman barrier 8, they're still going to make a decision. And Arkansas Kid barrier 2 down the straight, which way they go. So we'll go through those fields a little later on as well. But it's time for Tassie time. Matty Reid joins us from Tassie. Hello to you, Matty.
Morning, G. How are you?
Good, thank you, mate. Unfortunately, a bit of wet weather on Sunday forced the postponement of the harness racing meeting at Launceston or Hobart the other day. So we had last night, we had the running of the Tassie Oaks and the Tassie Derby, and Emma Stewart once again dominated proceedings in those feature races in Tassie.
Yeah, she did, G. And I guess the pleasing aspect of, Sunday's postponement was that we were able to run those races so quickly. So a 6-race card last night, as you said, and as the market expected, Beach Diamond won the Oaks over a stablemate, let her roll. It's the second Oaks for Emma Stewart and Alan McDonough. And in the Derby, it was Captain Perfect, who was far too good, both at short odds. So the Stewart stable had such a brilliant weekend with, of course, the victory in the Eureka, and then they capped it off with what probably would have been the same result on Sunday. They had to wait a couple of days, but still got the result. It sounds like the Oaks winner will now head to WA for their Oaks.
Okay, there you
in
go.
Early October.
Saney Girls, she's just had no luck at the Valley. When do we get to see her next representing Tassie?
She's going around at Caulfield on Saturday week in a Jim Maloney over 1,400. Yeah, she was a really tough watch. I know she went around at a big price, Saney Girl, but she's definitely one to follow going forward. She had the back of Alpha Sophie there, and Craig Williams just went to the middle of the track trying to find a run that never presented. So I guess the positive sign is that she looks like she fits in there in Victoria. She holds a nomination for the 1,000 Guineas, and I think Connections are hopeful of getting there. So she heads to a slightly bigger track in Caulfield Saturday week over 1,400. She's got a pedigree for that, and hopefully she has a bit more luck.
And 9 races at Devonport because they lost a few there last Sunday.
Yeah, shocking day in Devonport last Sunday, G. Jockeys couldn't see, so the last couple of races they had to abandon. So punters have got 9 of the best on the carpet on Sunday, where the forecast is much better. I did no good trying to give you a winner last week. The track played a bit to the front. I think the conditions helped there. So we'll try again. We'll go with Tis a Nice Drop in the 1,350 metre maiden. The fields aren't locked in, so I can't give you a race and a number, but Tis a Nice Drop, Johnny Blackhead trains. I think that'll be a chance for us in the 1,350 metre maiden.
We'll have a nice drop after it wins there on Sunday. Good on you, Snapper. Thanks for that.
Thanks, G.
Matty Reid there from Tas Racing. It's quickly approaching 11 o'clock. Straight after the 11 o'clock news, it's Bag of Tips as we go through the cards there today right across the country.
Powered by Signet. Hello there, I'm Nath Gardner with SEN News. Peace and hostage release talks between Israel and Hamas have hit a brick wall after Israel launched missiles at the Qatari capital Doha. At least 5 Hamas members were killed in the attack and a Qatari security official. Qatar had been acting as a mediator, and US President Donald Trump has called the incident unfortunate.
I'm not thrilled about the whole situation. It's not a good situation. I will say this, we want the hostages back. but we are not thrilled about the way that went down today.
The Financial Services Union is slamming the banks for axing jobs as they rake in billions in profit. National Australia Bank has announced 410 jobs in its Technology and Enterprise Operations Division are on the chopping block. Just yesterday, ANZ announced it would cut 3,500 positions. Anthony Albanese is remaining positive about Australia's relationship with Vanuatu, despite the PM failing to seal a new economic and security agreement with the nation. It's believed the hold-up is due to pressure from China. There is concern next year's World Cup in North America could be played in extreme heat. According to a new report called Pitches in Peril, 10 of the 16 North American venues are at very high risk of experiencing intense heat stress. And for the third year in a row, Brisbane has been named Australia's top sports city, according to global consultancy group Burson. The Queensland capital coming in 20th on the world list, Sydney 27th and Melbourne 32nd. Up next, SEN Sport. All eyes on Hawk Mitch Lewis at training today. The forward is expected to come into the Hawks semi-final side against Adelaide in place of the injured Cal Shadir, while Crow Josh Rochelli's bid to play in Friday night semi is a step closer after completing a main training session on his return from injury. And putting to bed trade talk, Aussie basketballer Josh Giddy has re-signed with the Chicago Bulls.
Experience the SEN Track Deck Saturday, September 20 at the SEN Caulfield Underwood Stakes. Tickets $75 at Ticketek.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall. The Giddy Up bag of tips for Oz Equipment Rentals, supplying equipment to the construction, mining and roadworks industries. OzEquipment.com.
It's going to be a busy final hour here on Giddy Up as we go right across the country in a bid to find you plenty of winners. We're racing at Sandown on the hillside track today. Miles Fitzner isn't far away, but let's get a track update there with Tate Griffin at Sandown. Tate, good morning to you. Thanks for your time, mate. How much rain have you had over the last 24 hours?
Hey Gareth, how we going?
Good, thanks, mate.
Yeah, we haven't had too much rain. We've just had a passing shower then.
Yep.
Less than 0.2 of a mil, and then we had another 0.4 overnight. So total for the week's only 2.8 mil. So we were expected to get anywhere between 20 and 30 mil from last Wednesday.
Yeah.
But none of that came through. So we put 5 mil of irrigation on Monday, and then we've put on another 3 mil this morning just to keep it in that good forward area.
Yeah, worst nightmare when the rain's predicted like that and it doesn't come, I would imagine, for you guys. So we're on a good 4. The rail's out 12 metres. How do you expect this track to play? And what are the wind conditions like there today?
Yeah, they're predicting, I'm just out on track at the moment, and it's southerly, so into the face down that front straight.
Yeah.
And they're expecting that to get up to 20 to 30 Ks. So especially for those sprint races out of the 1,000 shoot, they'll be right in their faces, right down that front straight.
Yeah.
And it is pretty tired, so there's a fair bit of marking right from the 12 metres out to the outside rail. It is light, but it's consistent. So, every horse should get a chance, and they should race evenly across.
All right, mate. We appreciate your time. Good luck today, Tate. There we go. There's Tate Griffin from Sandown, the track manager. Always great to catch up with Clint Hutchison, part of the racing.com coverage this afternoon. G'day, Clint.
Good morning, Gareth. How you going?
Good, thank you. Interesting, those Southerlies, if they get up to 30 Ks there today, as Tate just pointed out.
It will have an impact, yep. It certainly will. So we'll wait and see how that'll transpire. Generally might push them along a little bit.
Yep.
So we'll have to wait and see, but on pace might not be a bad spot.
We're on a good 4 rails out 12 metres. Where do we start with your specials?
Well, we start at the start of the day, Gareth. I think we can get something early with Regal Award. It's been a little costly for punters so far, but look, he hasn't been straightforward. He's done a couple of little things wrong, but he is loaded with ability, as we've seen in 2 starts. I mean, his sectionals first up on debut last prep were great. He went to the Moonee Valley, of course, last start. It didn't work out for him. He was sort of over racing. He's a bit light-mouthed, and he got going mid-race. He wasn't beaten far in a strong race. It has to be said, this time of year, as we know, a lot of these maidens, and there's no easy pickings, is there? So he's dropping back in grade. There might be a little star or two in there. We'll have to wait and see. But I think he's done enough to warrant favouritism in the race. He's around about what I think he should.
$3 with Bet365.
Yeah.
He's our Bet Boost horse today. We're getting $3.60 at the moment. Jump on that. What price do you think he'll start?
I think he'll start high 2s, but it really depends on what they do with the newcomer, whether or not the money continues to come for the Robbie Griffiths horse in the race. Is it Sea Trader, who's well in the market at the moment? But does it continue to shorten? I think it might go the other way. I think the money's already on, but we'll have to wait and see.
What else have you got for us? But Tumka will probably win today after we've been on him for the first couple of starts, and he's loomed up like he's going to win. He'll win for sure. He's at $5 and I've jumped off. What else do you like today?
I might go for a long walk if that happens. It's amazing how often it does happen. So if there's a break in the coverage, you know why. Look, hey, I think later in the day, Kira Billy, she looks a good chance in race 6. Moods is absolutely flying. Peter Moody, Cat Coleman, aren't they? Their horses are going great guns. She's got stakes class form. She is first up, but gee whiz, I think she's got a nice win or two in her. I like to jump out. There'll be improvement to come. It's one of those ones where she might not be fully wound up, but she might not have to be either.
Yeah.
And once again, I'd love to see a little bit of a push. I'd probably wait and just see if the money comes a little bit. You might be better off just waiting to see if there is some support. I can't understand why she's not a little bit shorter in the market either, but she's a good talent. I think it's a very winnable race, and I thought she'd be hard to beat.
So that's race 6, number 10, Kira Pili, and you like race 1, number 6, Regal Ward. They're your 2 plays there today, mate?
They're the 2 main plays. It's not an easy day, actually, but it's a day where, like we see so often, there'll be quite a few horses to take out of the meeting, I feel, just looking at it.
Yeah.
And, they're all going to go down different paths, but it's a tough day for sure.
Looking forward to the coverage there. You will be Jules Valens. I think it's Foxcatcher Day there on a Wednesday in the team, so enjoy yourself, mate.
Will do, and we've got Hong Kong tonight as well.
Yeah,
Gareth,
any Benny specials at Hong Kong? We just had David Hayes on.
Yeah, Hayes has got a couple of half-decent chances. One may YY for Zach in the second will be tough to beat, I think. He rode 5 on the weekend. He is flying.
Yes.
And I think he's got a good chance tonight as well with that horse.
So race 2 there, Zach Purton.
Race 2, number 1.
Beautiful. Race 2, number 1 at Happy Valley. That will do us nicely. Keep on dominating, mate. We appreciate your time as always.
Thanks, Gareth.
There's Clint Hutchison there. He'll be on the racing.com coverage. Miles Fitzner, hello to you.
Hello, G-Man. Hello to the listeners.
You're looking forward to today's card?
Tough, as Hutchie said. Super tough, especially with the conditions. Rail at 12 metres and with those 20 to 30 kilometre an hour winds, it's going to be fascinating because, one, it's either going to play one or two ways. You either want to be up on speed or you want cover, so you're going to know pretty early.
We've been waiting to see Sea Trader, this debutant by Hanseatic. He makes his debut this afternoon, this first race. His trainer, Robbie Griffiths, joins us. G'day, Robbie.
Hey, Gareth.
He's been very impressive at the trials. What's your expectations with him today?
Well, I'm confident that he's going to give us a great run. He's done everything at home to suggest he's got terrific talent, and his trials have been incredibly impressive. So it's just a question today to see whether he's mature enough to debut in the same manner that he's been trialling, and so it's quite exciting to get there and see if he can, but he's certainly given us every indication that he will, and hopefully it plays out that way.
Robbie, we're just talking about the wind conditions and track conditions. You draw 10 here. What are the plans going to be from 10 to try and get a backside, get across and be sort of midfield with a bit of cover there somewhere?
We're hoping that, yeah. I mean, it's a bit awkward when you're in race one as to, there's no opportunity to see if there's any pattern, but so I just suppose we're just going to have to leave it up to Luke as to if the wind's really strong down the back there, that he can, try and tuck away from it, and then hopefully there's enough. The beauty of Hillside, there's a big length of straight, so even if the wind ends up their tail and they scoot away a little bit, hopefully you can still have the length of straight there to make up the ground. But anyway, we'll just see which way the wind's going when we get there, and hopefully it doesn't stand in the way of anything. But he is going to relax a bit early because that's how he has been in his jump outs. And so I would imagine that'll be the plan.
Would you recommend backing him today?
Well, I hope so. I don't want to mock myself.
No.
Put the Jonah on us, but I'd like to think he'll give us a great run because he's been quite impressive at home.
Looks like he got bigger. Hopefully he's got... this is his first start, but he might have a pretty handy spring. Is that the dream?
That's the dream. The dream is to go here, build start into the Guineas, and you've got a dream, and you've got to put yourself in the right time frame. And but whether he's ready for those dream planters, that process starts today. But these horses, these maidens, are very strong this time of the year because everyone's got the same ideas to see whether their 3-year-olds can take the big step. So we'll start the process today and hope that dreams come true.
Geez, your filly Saluted's been trolling nicely. She's a consistent type, a progressive type. Can she win here in race 4?
Well, she certainly can. Yeah. What we want to see is that, she's got the right mental, doesn't have the anxiety that's caused it being, naughty at the barriers and having several trials, because we sent it back to Julian Walsh and Carlin Heffel's done a lot of work on her, and if that doesn't tax the speed out of her, you would like to think that on exposed form she's going to give us a great sight. And the trial indicates that she's back in the zone and she's been really good in the training. So today we've got to see that so that we can plan to move forward in races in the spring. So it's an important day for her to see how she's tracking, but certainly her trial was quite encouraging.
Robbie, fascinating how this race stacks up because there is speed absolutely everywhere with horses like Stoke, even Felita, Visual. They're all going to want to try to get a crack at going forward. Plan to try and sort of hold the rail and sit just off them, or you're looking to maybe lead here?
Oh, look, I think it's best to give Carleen full autonomy to do what she feels right once the barrier is open. As you say, there's like 4 leaders in the field of 7, so it looks lickety split the way they're going to go. So I think how everyone steps out the gates is going to determine how it plays out. But our girl's pretty quick, and the horse in 2's quick, and the other ones are drawn a bit wider. So whether they want to take sit, we just have to see, So sometimes high speed races aren't run as fast because everyone changed their plans, But I think how that horse step out the gates is going to determine the race shape.
Can't wait to see Legacy Bound in a Poseidon Stakes there at Flemington. He's unbeaten, this son of Ole Kirk. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do on Saturday, Robbie.
Absolutely, absolutely. He's a lovely horse, and he's done everything right in his 2 runs thus far. He's got room to improve because the dream plan for him is to go, Saturday into the Danehill into the Coolmore. Yep. So you need to have some energy up your sleeve to be peaking in 6 weeks for the Coolmore. So when you see him in the yard, he looks fantastic, but he's been clipped and his swing coach just starting to come through. But his trials have been good. He hasn't been extended in him. He's just been poking along on the bridle. He had a really nice go up Monday morning, which pleased us. And we just got to give him some experience down the straight, because as we all know, sometimes you would think it'd be easy to run in a straight line, but it can be quite difficult for horses first time. So giving him that experience is important Saturday, because we know whatever happens, he's got the room to improve leading into the Danehill and the Coolmore.
Who's the best horse in your stable at the end of the spring?
Well, I think he is Legacy Bound, but the horse today, could make big leaps, Sea Trader. So I'm hoping I'm talking about 2 of them for a long part of the spring,
Guineas winner and a Coolmore winner. That'd sound okay. We wish you the best of luck today and also on Saturday with Lazy Bound. Good on you, Robbie.
Good on you, Jen. Thanks for that.
There's Robbie Griffiths. We'll take a break. Miles Fitzner and Mitchy Lewis will run through the card for us next at Sandown straight after this.
Caulfield comes alive with Group 1 racing at the SEN Caulfield Underwood Stakes. Tickets just $20 at Ticketek.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up, Sandown preview time. We'll go through each and every race. Mitchy Lewis joins us. G'day, Mitchy.
Yeah, good morning, G. Good morning, Milo.
Big day for you too, Balaclava Cup Day. So thanks to Betsy's, we'll get your tips there. But let's get stuck into the first. Sea Trader, since we had Robbie Griffiths on, he's into 270 now. This is the 7 with Bet365. The Boost Horse Regal Awards 360, but he's drifted from 3 to 320 in the last 4 minutes. And with Tumka, he's at $5, Crusader Voyage at $11, and then Polish Playgirl at $16 for Team Hawks. Good race this, Miles.
Really good race this. Look, Sea Trader has essentially shown that the horse got to turn a foot and some sort of ability, but off the back of what we've seen, it looks like a horse that might want to sit off and run on. I think nice and early here, we want a horse that might be a little bit more hardened and might be sitting up a little bit closer, and that's going to be Regal Award. I imagine it either box seat or even maybe just one pair back. So I'm just going to take the race experience in this race, but if Sea Trader comes out and beats me on debut, definitely put it in the book and horse to follow, but it literally is a flip of the coin. But we've seen enough from Regal Award already, and especially on the clock, that this horse was probably the one to beat.
So Regal Award, the 6.
6 to beat 7.
6 to beat 7 for Miles. Mitch?
Yeah, I'm with Miles with Regal Award. And for me, just to add a couple of little bits, he's touched on it really well, but sort of really strong through the line last start, about 4 lengths quicker than average. So rising up to 1,300 metres here now with that little bit of extra fitness and a different race map. I think the horse will appreciate sand and hillside rather than the valley last start. So, yeah, I think race experience the key for me. The only difference I'd have is I was probably 6 from 8 from 7. So we don't want a dead set leaders track. That probably gives Wetumpka a run of the race, but we're never going to know that in race 1. So Regal Award.
So, yeah, keep Wetumpka safe there for Mitchy. 6-8-7, Mitch Lewis's numbers in race number 1. Race number 2, Dreams Come True, $2.50 for the informed price. And Michael Kent Jr. team, Paradise Storm at $5. I Am the Empire on pace is at $6. She Said at $6. Gallius at $6.50. Roaring Engine at $8 here, Mitchy Lewis. This is a tough race.
Yeah, mine. I was keen on Caboran, who's been scratched. The horse was well backed last start to beat Dreams Come True, and Dreams Come True managed to knock it off. So I thought with a different race map this time they could turn the tables, but I really rated that race. So probably leaves me with Dreams Come True now in a tricky race, G.
So numbers there, Mitchy, 5 from...
5 from 1 from 2.
Beautiful. 5-1-2, Mitch. Miles?
Look... Dreams Come True goes up in weight. It's only just got it done its last couple, and then gets asked to essentially do it against maybe a slightly better opposition here again. I'm trying to look on a map perspective that horses that might be able to get it reasonably easy. I think I ended up landing on Roaring Engine. So, look, it's going to go from 3. Frosty's in great form, as is the Danny O'Brien stable too. So I ended up with 7, 5 and 1. Just note that if I'm the Empire leads and gets away with it, this is where it might give you a good indication. It might be hard to make ground. It might be hard to run down if it gets an easy sort of sectional 1 or 2 lengths ahead of these horses.
So 5-1-2 for Mitchy Lewis, 7-5-1 in race 2 there for Miles Fitzner. Race 3, Point Barrow was scratched from Saturday. He goes to the Sandown track today at 290. He's the favourite, 420 into 290. Then you got Barari that's had support. Kieran Master, this horse is a chance today at $5. And the other horse that's been solid enough is Yamashita's Gold at $6.50. Scratch the 1, Leave No Doubt, and Amping Last the 6, Miles.
Barari might have just beaten up on a few horses that weren't quite there. The claim's going to help it, of course, here, and you see that the lugging bit goes on Barari first time. Yamashita's Gold's win was good enough. I'm happy to risk Point Barrow. I thought that Bendigo Maiden was going to be really good, but we've seen the horses that have come out of that race, like She Moves 2 and a couple of others, they really haven't gone on and done anything. So I'm with Shinjina here for the Moody and Kath Golden team.
That's the second favourite, 320 with
Bet365. I think they're absolutely flying at the moment. Inside draw, Ethan Brown. I like the win for it last start, and it did it well late. So I'm going to be Shinjina to beat, so that's the 8 to beat 2, to beat 4 to beat 7. 8, 2, 4 and 7 numbers here.
I'm laughing because for those that don't know, I mean, me and Miles, we had a phone call this morning, didn't chat about this race, but we're basically bang on again here with this race. My notes say laying Point Barrow. I don't like Point Barrow from the inside draw 1,000 metres in this race. So, yeah, Xingjin, I really liked the debut run and then came out and won an easier race last time at Sale. So I think really nice map from the inside there over that 1,000 metres. So I was keen to lean its way, and I was 8.52, G, and yeah, taking on the 4.
So 8.52 for Mitch, 8.24 for Miles with the 7 in for 4th. This is a good race. I'm looking forward to it. Saluted, it was a good push there from Robbie Griffiths at 270. Visual we haven't seen for quite some time. That's the horse down the bottom for Godolphin, but it's jumped out nicely. We haven't seen it since winning at Hawkesbury back on the 1st of August 2024. But it's a beautifully bred mare by I'm Invincible out of Elise, and she's kept safe at 270. In fact, she's been clearly the best back now. Equal favourite was Saluted. Stoke at $5. Mitchie Lewis, who do you like here?
Yeah, I think this race changed a little bit of shape when Trembles came out, G. So we discussed it quickly yesterday in the midweek masterclass, and I went Stoke each way. We lose a dividend, but I'm going to stick back with the horse. I think you'll get a good run from barrier 4, or she will, I should say, sorry. She goes well fresh. I think horses like the 4 next to Nix, even Saluted from barrier 1, probably tick up while Visual wants to come out from wide. So if Stoke can just get a nice little sit in behind there and they go quick enough, I think she can present, and like I said, she fires fresh, so happy to lean her way, Miles.
I've gone completely rogue here. I think this race, speed-wise, you're going to see horses go and absolutely beat each other up, being Stoke and Saluted. I want to keep an eye on Visual. Whether or not it's ready to go here, I'm not sure. I'm tipping a horse here at the top, Felita, at $51 for Jared Fry and the Coomis Yard. This horse does go fresh, also goes well at the trip, and I like what it managed to do towards the end of last preparation, especially there at Moonee Valley. You can also, if you want to, Per Semper wouldn't shock me here either. The second it ran at this track at the end, on the 27th, it put enough to show me behind Jenny and Dots that it can nearly do it again. So maybe a little Dutchy play, $51 for leader and $14 Per Semper, the 1 and the 2.
So numbers?
I'm going to be 1, 2, 8.
And what about you, Mitch?
Just pulling back, G. Sorry, I've gone to the next race. I was 3.84.
3.84 for Mitch, 3.84, 1.28 for Miles. Scratchings in that race. 6 Trembles, Delegate Lady and Royal Lass. Let's have a look at race number 5, first leg of the quaddie here. You can take out the 12 first chorus for Lindsay Smith comes out. Flying Valley at $4. Shiny New Deal at $4.60. Mr. Vahachi at $5.50. Dramaticus at $6.50, and then Ambassadorial at $9, Margie's Boy at $10 here, Miles.
This is where I'm going to have my each way of the day. This will go up as one of the best bets. I'm really keen on Dramaticus. Now, I know that it flew home off what was a slow enough tempo last start, but it came home well into the 10s. There doesn't seem to be a huge amount of speed sitting here in this race. I think it can just sit one off with cover, and then you want the horse at the best turn of foot if it sits close enough. Getting a really, really good each way price. Dramaticus, I have gone a bit wider in the quaddie, so I'm going to take a 1 out and then wider in the quaddie, but this horse, it dead set absolutely broke the clock coming home. It came home in 10.84. I know it was off a slow tempo, but it came home here at Sandown Hillside at 10.84. I mean, I don't think if there's no speed here, I don't think any other horse in this race can come home like that. So each way all day for me. Dramaticus. My quaddie numbers here.
Now, just go through your numbers. We'll get the quaddie later.
Dramaticus here. So I want to pull this up. I think Shiny New Deal, the 11, is probably a danger, and also the 4 Flying Valley. So I'm going to be 10, 11 and 4.
Yeah, I found this one of the tougher races of the day. I really liked the recent form of the 8, Mr. Vivace. I don't think he had much luck last. I think if he can replicate what he did 2 starts ago from barrier 2 this time, he looks well set up, but found this one tricky. I'll have plenty in the quaddie when we get to it.
Well, what's your numbers here, mate?
I was going, 8, 11, 10.
8, 11, 10, 10, 11, 4 for Miles. I'll take the news. We'll come back and have a look at the last 3 races at Sandown.
Powered by Signet, making SEN News headlines. National Australia Bank will slash over 400 jobs in a restructure of its Technology and Enterprise Operations division. It comes just a day after ANZ announced thousands of jobs are on the chopping block. Israel condemned for its missile attack in Qatar targeting Hamas leaders. Activists on board Greta Thunberg's Freedom Flotilla heading for Gaza insist they've been the target of a drone strike. Local officials have denied the claims. And tickets for next year's Australian Grand Prix in Melbourne go on sale soon. Coming up next, sen.com.au sport. All eyes on Hawk Mitch Lewis at training today. The forward is expected to come into the Hawks semi-final side against Adelaide in place of the injured Cal Shadir, while Crow Josh Rochelli's bid to play in Friday night semi is a step closer after completing a main training return from injury. And putting to bed trade talk, Aussie basketballer Josh Giddy has re-signed with the Chicago Bulls.
Experience the SEN Track Deck Saturday, September 20 at the SEN Caulfield Underwood Stakes. Tickets $75 at Ticketek.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. We're going through the Sandown card. We're up to race number 6. Nimbus 2000 for Bedgood and Bates at $4 with Bet365. Kira Billy, good push there from Hutchie just before at $4. Anna's Dream $6.50 here, Miles.
Yeah, good push from me too. Claim on, Peter Moody, Kath Coleman. This best on the card, Kira Billy. Got stakes form on a few of these. It's not very deep at all, and I think we'll be getting it done. So Kira Billy on top, Clear Dangers, Nimbus 2000 and Garnacho. So we're going to end up with 10, 1, 4 and 8. 10, 1, 4 and 8.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't have too much to add. I like Kirribilli as well. Got good market support. Trials have been handy, well in at the weights. I heard that Hutchie G referenced that the Moody Coleman team have found some form. They've got 20 winners from the last 100 at a profit on turnover of 14.9%. So ticking along very good. Happy to be with this horse.
Numbers there, Mitchie. Just recap them for us, please.
I was 10, 13, 1.
10, 13, 1. Nimbus 2000, Kirribilli equal favourites there at $4. Up to race number 7 on the program. Best back galloper here, it's $5 to fill, but Autumn slide into $5.50 now from $12 for Simon Zara and D Lane. You can scratch the 1. Ferengata, Like a Tiger, the 10, Kazi, the 12, and put a line through the 7, 17 and 18 as well, Mitchie Lewis.
Yeah, look, this is one of the tougher ones as well. Filled up on this. I thought there was a big watch on the Debutant Natural Ruler that you touched on, G. Really good form through some dry tracks there in some stronger races. We know these horses improve sometimes with a run or two under their belt, these imports. So I'm keeping an eye on the market for that horse. Jen Richo, the 7, probably the next one there. So I'm probably 7 from 2, and then I thought the 4 was value at Rich Champagne.
Miles?
Again, huge watch Natural Ruler, but can't back him first up. You can have a Dutchie play between the 16 Rialka and the 7 Genericho, 7, 16, and then maybe even a horse like Rich Champagne and then Gates in your numbers.
So 7, 16 and Rich Champagne's the 4.
4.
So 7, 2, 4 for Mitch and 7, 16, 4 for Miles. And in the final event, we've got Hill Rep, $4.60, 18 to $4.60. Right, Koki at $4.80, Trial by Press at $6, and then Fiddler's Green at $7, Alcuva at $7. Good little race, tough race, but good little race to conclude the program here. We'll start with you, Miles.
Oh, look, I think there's only 3 that can win it, being the 9 Hill Rip, the 5 Raoki, and the 10 Trial by Press. Couldn't add La Ferrari in the quaddy. It's probably the next one picked, but I'll have Hill Rip on top, 9 to beat 5 to beat 10, 9, 5 and 10.
Mitch.
I'm going to throw a spanner in the works. I think Ferrari could do this.
Oh, damn it.
Sets up really well in a few different aspects. Got 2 from 2 at the track, well over the distance, maps really well on speed. The first up record's my only query, but I thought as an each-way play, the horse is going to get a good run. So, yeah, I've thrown Le Ferrari on as sort of your value-type play.
Damn it.
So 2, what other numbers have you got there, Mitch?
Sorry, G, 2, 5, 9.
2, 5 and 9. Best bet, Miles?
Kirribilli, hands down.
Kirribilli, so that's
race 6, number 10.
Race 6, number 10. I'll get your quaddy numbers.
3, 4, 6, 10, 11. Then I'm 1, 4, 8 and 10. Then I go 2, 4, 7, 9 and 16. And I come home with 5, 9 and 10. That's for $300. Take a percentage, but you, of course, can shorten with Dramaticus and Kirribilli in the first 2 legs if you like, because I do like them.
So 3, 4, 6, 10, 11 first leg, 1, 4, 8, 10 second leg, 2, 4, 7, 9 and 16 third leg, and 5, 9 and 10 on the way home. Your best, Mitchie, and then quaddy?
Yep, I'm keen. First best Regal Award early, get the money there, and then race 6, number 10, Kirribilli, next best. The value each way, race 4, number 3, Stoke. And then from a quaddy perspective, leg 1, we're going to go 3, 4, 8, 10, 11, into 1, 10, 13, to 2, 4, 7, 15, and then 2, 5, 8, 9, and that's $240.
Beautiful. We'll get your tips shortly for Balaclava. So 3, 4, 8, 10, 11 first leg, 1, 10, 13 second leg, 2, 4, 7, 15 third leg, and then 2, 5, 8 and 9 your final leg there. Yep. That's your quaddy at Sandown. Good on you, boys. Thanks, Miles.
Thank you, mate.
Good on you, Mitchie.
Thanks, boys. Do you want me to stick on here, G, for Balaclava?
I'll come back for Balaclava. I've got to get to Michael Hawkes, so I'll take a break and we'll come back with Michael Hawkes next.
Caulfield comes alive with Group 1 racing at the SEN Caulfield Underwood Stakes. Tickets just $20 at Ticketek.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. We're racing at Canterbury. A lot of rain around there in Sydney today. We're at the moment on a soft 5. The rail's out at 4 metres today. Team Hawks have got some nice chances in both Melbourne and Sydney. Michael Hawks joins us. Good morning, Michael.
Gareth, how are we?
I am well. Can Marset win first up today in the third?
She can. She's done everything right. She's a lovely filly. She's had a couple of nice trials. Everything's gone well, albeit she has drawn the car park. But small field now with a lot of scratching, so she just needs a bit of luck, that's all, mate.
Looks a lovely race for the Blade, who's the favourite there in race 5.
Yeah, it was a bit of a train wreck in Queensland first up, so we've just sort of gone back to basics and just kept him a bit fresh. He looks well. He's not a lover of wet tracks, but unfortunately we have had a little bit of rain here, so that is going to be something we're monitoring during the day. He looks good, he's well placed, and he's going to be hard to beat.
Giri Jala is a beautiful bred galloper. We've seen her in Melbourne. She performed well. She's had a break since. Can she win first up?
Yeah, the Hawks girls bred her. We raced Mum, Giri. So her win first up was really good at Sandown, and then she sort of went back there and probably had enough, to be fair, and just a really late bloomer. She's 4-year-old, had a couple of starts. It's trialled well. I wouldn't say a lover of wet ground. I'd say gets through it, but we've got a starter. She's really good. She's drawn a nice barrier, and she's going to be top 3.
Talking about the Hawks girls, Johnny Hawk's named this horse. I don't know why. Polish play girl. $16 with Bet365. She's the forgotten horse in this first race at Sandown in a hot race today.
I think she is. She's a beautiful filly. She should have won second up at Flemington last prep, and then we brought her back for the stakes race, and she'd probably had enough for the mile here in Sydney at Randwick. So done everything right. Lovely filly, kept improving by that siren exceedance that we love, and just drawn a bit of an awkward or sticky barrier. So I know the rail's out a bit, so Jamie's just going to have to be at her best, and hopefully she's going to get into the race and be swooping down the outside.
You happy with Briasa? He pull up okay from that trial?
He looked pretty good. He looked pretty good, didn't he?
He did.
Yeah, mate, he's great. He just puts a smile on my face every time we talk about him. So he's come through his trial well. He's running Saturday week in the shorts first up, and yeah, he's got a nice road ahead of him. But I couldn't be happier. He's improved again, and his trial was super yesterday, and he only went out to have a nice breather, and he just does it so effortlessly, and he is a prick, and yeah, he's flying. He's going really good.
Mate, Liz, someone said, K-ing rising who? After that trial, anyway. Bring it on. Bring it on.
Well, you know what? I know Wayne's on the show and talks about it, but it brings another dimension.
It does.
It's hard. We've been there. We've travelled. You've got to get here, and it's a big thing. But look, if he turns up, it's all great for racing. But
100%.
Don't forget, we've got our horse, and Lady Shenandoah now has put her hand up. So don't worry. It's not just all about K-ing rising, that's for sure.
Hey, which one are we backing today?
Marset.
Beautiful in the third race at Canterbury. Thanks, mate.
See you, bud.
There's Michael Hawks. We'll run through our tips now with Mickey Gannon at Canterbury. Take it away, Mickey. I'm running out of time today, so it's all yours.
As you see, I take it to race number 4, Last Scare. Any more rain would be absolutely ideal, but I think it's sweat enough on a soft track for race 4, number 8, Last Scare, to get the job done there. I'll take you to race number 5, Central Coast. I think classy enough horse. No doubt have a Guineas prospect on our hands here after race 5 today. So I think Central Coast will be very, very hard to beat. That's race 5, number 11, G.
Beautiful. Race 4, number 8. Race 5, number 11 for Mickey Gannon. Dean Watling joins us. Dino from Betsy, what do you like today, mate?
Morning again, G. 2 bets for me today. It's going to be a little bit wet. I don't know if you can hear the rain in the background, but race 2, number 7, Cabito. Get top off. The favourite, Officiate, should find outside the leader, G. Handled wet last start, albeit that was a bog deck. Don't think it'll be as wet today, but I think race 2, number 7, Cabito can kick us off. Outside of that, G, we move to race number 6. I think this is the race of the day. Race 6, number 3, Megalia finally gets back to the races. J-Mac booked a draw. Kind enough gate. I think that should send that mare forward, and I think that's going to be the difference. The 2, Acacia scratch out the Fury Stakes in the weekend. That's the danger. But I think the 3, Magalia can get the job done here first up in race number 6. So the 2 there for me today, G, at Canterbury.
Beautiful. Race 2, number 7. Race 6, number 3. I've got an update on Tom Preble. I'll give you that update in just a moment. He had that fall at Warrnambool yesterday. Mitchy Lewis joins us. Mitchy, you're best at Balaclava.
Yes, g'day G. Race 4, I'll kick off, get one early. Number 13, Fia Beska, stepping up here, hit the line really strongly at Gawler a couple of weeks ago, up to 1,300 metres. I think this horse is better than maiden grade, so can knock this off and move on from there. And then in the feature, G, I'm going to back Lingani. We talked about it yesterday. We wanted it wet. It's a soft 7 at the minute with a few showers around, so the horse is 3 from 3 on the heavy. I think she's well suited. She comes out of the group and listed level races where she's run 3rd in both. So she needs to defy a bit of history though, G. No filly or mare's won the race in more than 20 years. So fingers crossed Lingani can buck that today, but she gets conditions to suit. She'll be an each way play in that race.
So race 9, number 5, Lingani. Race 4, number 13 as well. Thanks, mate.
Nah, that's it, mate. Have a good day. Good luck.
There's Mitchy Lewis. Chris Nelson's done the form for us at Ipswich. G'day, Chriso.
Good morning, Gareth.
Take it away with your specials, mate.
A bit short, but race 1, number 5. Hopefully he might just drift out a little bit. Looks well and truly set to break the maiden status. Race 1, number 5, Some Style. Race 2, number 2, Atomic Time. 2 starts in town, beaten as a favourite each occasion, and Saturday grade resumes here. I like the trial at the Gold Coast. I reckon that this one was held back to them. So Atomic Time, race 2, number 2. Race 3, number 6 each way, Evelyn May, I think, can run a race stepping up in distance. And race 7, number 7, Gelatin, draws an inside gate. And I think that's key here. Ange Jones for Tony Gollan. They'll make every use of it. Race 7, number 7.
So race 1, number 5, race 2, number 2, race 3, number 6 each way, and race 7, number 7 at Ipswich, mate.
They're the 4.
Good on you, brother. Thanks for that. Thanks to Racing Queensland. That's Chris Nelson. Now, an update from the Victorian Jockeys Association with Thomas Preble. They say he's undergone spinal surgery at the Alfred Hospital. He's being supported by medical and nursing staff. His condition will be monitored. So we'll continue to update as soon as we get updates, but we're thinking of Tom and his family. The family would like to thank everyone for their messages. This is just coming through now. So it reads, the family would like to thank everyone for their messages of support, checking on Tom and his well-being. It's greatly appreciated. So our thoughts with Tom, but he's undergoing spinal surgery at the Alfred Hospital and he's being supported by the medical and nursing staff. His condition will be monitored and we'll keep you updated here on Giddy Up and on SEN Track and RSN as well as soon as the news comes through from the VGA. Time for a break. We'll come back and wrap up Giddy Up next.
Experience the SEN Track Deck Saturday, September 20 at the SEN Caulfield Underwood Stakes. Tickets $75 at Ticketek.
This is Giddy Up with Gareth Hall.
Welcome back to Giddy Up. Loveracing.nz, your home of New Zealand thoroughbred racing news, previews, reviews, profiles and more at Cambridge. Mark Clayton likes race 5, number 1, Alfriston, and race 7, number 8, Sakushi. And Darren Carroll at the Trots tonight likes race 1, number 1, Adamato, and race 2, number 11, Champagnes. And Peter Anthony is at Belmont, says drying surface to a soft 6, maybe get to a 5. Race 2, number 5, Hoya Destroyer. Race 6, number 3, Flagship. And number 5 as well, Wembanyama as a saver. So that's the story from Pete Anthonys there. Paul Cochran, thanks to Harness Racing New South Wales, joins us because there was a terrific promo there yesterday regarding the Carnival of Cups. Paul, good morning to you.
G'day, Gareth. Good to have you on the show, mate.
Mate, great to have you. So, 5 country cups, you've changed up the venues. There's still $1 million bonus if you can win all 5. So where are you going this year?
Yeah, well, we've put in 3 new venues, Gareth, which is great. That means across 3 years of Carnival of Cups, 10 venues across the state are getting a go, which is really exciting. So we kick off in Wagga. We go to Newcastle. I'm in Bathurst right now, actually doing some planning for the one at the end of January. And then we go to Albury, which I know you were at last year and was a successful, really huge successful event for us. And then we finish up at Penrith where, you reference that $1 million. Well, there's $250 for 3 wins and $500 for 4 wins. Well, as we saw, the great Swayze picked up a $500,000 check at Penrith last year. So we finish up there. It's going to be a really, really exciting season.
I love the way you've gone to the bigger tracks. So I reckon there's a chance you might get some better credentialed horses in a way to take on Swayze. Who knows? Maybe Kev will go for the bonuses with Leap to Fame.
You never know because, we've just come out of the Eureka weekend and I know that, between myself and, Peter Buckman, the CEO, we were certainly getting plenty of inquiries from owners and trainers about it. I think that the $1 million, most people in the industry expected that we would bring it back. And, it's exciting we've been able to announce it. But, a lot of owners in the industry have now said, well, what does it look like? And we're interested. And yeah, you're right. Because of those bigger tracks, and some of our principal clubs in the regions, they're very interested in taking it on.
Love it, mate. You had a great success story there with the Eureka, and we've got to go. But you're kicking plenty of goals, and that is the best promo in any code I've seen that you put together for quite some time. When you've got actually the participants starring, so go to the Harness Racing New South Wales social media platforms and watch Robbie Morris and his kid, along with Joshy Gallagher's star, mate. So well done on that. Great stuff.
Yeah, it was good. Yeah, it was good fun. It was, and what great sports Robbie and Josh are. I did have a couple of polite declines when I was looking for an Austin Towers.
Yes. No, Robbie Morris was perfect. Good on you, mate.
Thanks, Gareth.
There's Paul Cochran there. And just to, that message, the VGA is just set with Tom Preble undergoing spinal surgery. It reads, as well, in order for the family to devote their time and energy to provide us much support as they can to Thomas, it is kindly requested that their privacy be respected. So our thoughts with Tom and his family, and let's hope he can come through this with that spinal surgery today, and it's good news tomorrow. Thanks for your time. I'll catch you again tomorrow morning.